Hello and welcome! I am feeling a bit more awake and a bit less sick, but a bit more tired. That still says Majora's Mask. I need to fix that. Because, of course, why would it change when I tell it to change? There we go. Streaming everywhere. Oh, we've got a packed night tonight. I hope tonight finds everyone well. I hope you've all had a good week. Let me see. What am I missing? So, it's going to be a hectic one. We've got 2 reactions. Brandon Herrera's latest Darwin Awards, and then Lazerpig's Challenger video. Hoy! They're going to be something. Warning now, I've been told the Brandon Herrera one gets a little graphic. Afterwards, Star Citizen, which for those of you who haven't been here since... haven't been here for a Star Citizen video, I love playing Star Citizen. I love the game Star Citizen. I hate streaming Star Citizen because stuff never works. But I'm still gonna try because I'm a masochist. Yep, more Brandon Herrera. Also, it's nice to see most of the opinions on Star Citizen come around now that they've realized that they're building 2 games instead of 1. And doing stuff better than the typical AAA BS that's going on right now. There's still a couple Derek Smart fanatics out there, but for the most part, they figured it out. Okay, I think we're set. I think we have tracking. There we go. Well, there goes my joystick. Yeah, I play Star Citizen with flight controls. It's very hodgepodge because I can't afford the good stuff. Man, and I'm out of practice. I haven't even tried the new master modes yet that are out. Holy crap. We will get to that though. Yeah, we're just gonna get the Darwin Awards out of the way. For those of you who don't know what I was about to head to bed, even though it's only 7:10 for me, but I'm cool with watching. Well, I appreciate that you are willing to stay up for us to do this nonsense. Thank you. Let me think. Do I have any other announcements? Just I think that Star Citizen is, going to take over for a little bit since it's Invictus launch week. I don't think I have any other announcements. Nope, that's it. All right, we're just going to get started with this. Thank you. I'm very proud of the wings. I didn't make them, but they were my idea. I'm very proud of them. Okay, so again, warning. This is about people doing stupid things with firearms. So, it's on YouTube, so there is only so much graphic content that will be shown, but just be warned, stuff happens in this series. So, thank you. Very appreciated. I really appreciate that. All right. Yeah, I'm just double checking. It looks like stuff's working. Odyssey, of all things, appears to be working. Well, technically the Trovo boost is 25,000. Since I started partway through the week, I just set 5,000 to see what'll happen. But yeah, you guys made it, which is awesome. I will set for when Sunday starts, I will set the full goal. But thank you to everyone who contributed. I didn't know what was gonna happen. I didn't know what to expect, and you guys just hammered it the first stream we did it. So thank you. All right. With that said, I think we're good. All right, let's get started. I hope my volume is where it needs to be. Please let me know if the volume is good or bad.
That was, he got no no mo.
What is up, you sexy YouTube mother lovers, and welcome back to another episode of the Darwin Awards. As we say here on the channel, guns are awesome.
A beginning.
Idiots, not so much. When you put those two things together, you might end up with the winner of what we call here a Darwin Award. If you're not familiar with the concept of a Darwin Award, it's an award that you get, often posthumously, when you do something so stupid that you remove yourself from the gene pool. Hence the whole Darwin part, you know, the fittest continued to survive. In this episode, we're gonna have rappers negligently discharging. Streamers being fucking streamers. Big revolvers and, well, titties. All this and more on this episode of the Darwin Awards, so let's jump on in. But before we get to our first one, we do have a special guest for this episode. I figured I could use a little bit of help for this episode of the Darwin Awards, make it a little special.
Oh, man. Hi, everyone. Donut here.
He said the thing. So while we're in front of this big-ass monitor, we're gonna be enjoying these clips on a cell phone, because production value. You know what I love, Cody? Rap music videos.
I do too.
They're some of my favorite things.
Absolutely.
You want to see some rappers being idiots?
I would love to see rappers being idiots. Do you know why I like rap music?
Why do you like rap music?
It was the most requested type of music when I used to arrest people when they were going to jail.
So I saw this clip going pretty viral over social media this last couple weeks.
No.
You seen this one?
Oh, is that where the guy shoots himself in the dick?
He almost shoots himself, and then, no spoilers. So first off, the music is that you had a bad day.
I didn't know that.
Did you, oh, going back, is that
No. No.
I think so.
What passes for rap these days? Jesus Christ! But he's got his Glock with the titty, I believe is what they call that now on the streets.
He does have it. I'm sure there's a switch on the back of it as well.
Of course, registered.
Registered.
Of course.
Always registered.
Always with them, yeah. So he tucks it in, dances like an idiot, just pull it out. Stop. So I actually went back and looked. That's the exact moment right there when it fires and you can see an impact on the ground. It's close. Check it.
Bro,
He probably still felt it.
Almost fortunate enough to have him never reproduce again.
He was almost lucky enough to be the first winner of the Darwin Award in the first clip. It's a high honor. I don't understand the whole point of like these music videos. Like, okay, so we've done stuff with firearms before for video content in the past, like
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
you know, for video production stuff, music videos even. The first thing you do with any gun on set is you clear it. You
Yeah.
make sure there's no ammo. There's no reason to have ammo on set.
Yeah, on my video, remember we did the McDonald's shooting video?
Yeah.
And what did we do? We each passed a gun around and went clear, right? Clear. So yeah, having a loaded gun on a set like that.
Yeah, what's the flex in that?
There have been 2 times in which I've handed someone a gun in which they didn't check to see if it was loaded. One time, it was immediately like, hold on, let's check this before they could do anything else. The other time, they watched me load it and hand it to them because I was teaching them. But the point is that, you know, that's... that you know everything that's happening about it at that time when it's happening. The amount of, well, I'm sure it's fine, and then it wasn't fine that's happened Alec Baldwin.
Fucking stupid. I don't know.
So that was somebody clearly not clearing. You know what I mean? That was somebody not clearing a gun before they fucked around on a music video set. What if on the production set of said video or a video like it,
Funny you
somebody
should say
intentionally
that. Oh, no.
loaded a gun just to negligently discharge it?
I feel like we've seen this before. Something that rhymes with Schmaldwin.
So we're on a green screen here.
It's another rap video, I'm assuming.
Yep, and a
Really?
Kel-Tec Sub 2000. Peak weaponry right there. So he's having a hard time charging it. His homie comes over and helps him out.
So they were actively charging the rifle for a video.
I don't know if they were trying to clear. Like, he unfolds the gun, magazine clearly, or excuse me, stendo clearly in the bottom of the fucking grip. His buddy comes over, helps him load it. Immediately, fucking 1 second after the bolt goes home, NDs into the bottom of the studio.
That's an expensive studio.
That was an expensive studio.
Studio to make your video may have holes in it.
Slightly used green screen.
Everyone clear the set. We know what's about to happen.
Standard Atlanta music video studio. But issues like that are when you have to violate multiple rules of gun safety. Again, like if you just stick with the 4 rules of gun safety, which we go over every episode, but might as well go over them again because you can never reinforce it too much. Keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot. Treat every weapon as if it's loaded.
Mm-hmm.
Never point a gun at anything you're not willing to destroy, and know your target and what's behind it. In order to have any sort of accident with a firearm where somebody gets hurt, you have to violate multiple rules of gun safety.
I'm about to violate some right now watching this
What?
shit.
What? What? Okay. Oh, jeez. Alec Baldwin, how to direct you don't want it. Oh, no. D-Love is recommending I watch a channel called Flat Earth Proof as an educational... No. No. D-Live, if you have a moderator watching, please get on that. Though I guess, I mean, some of the stuff that they do is like... You watch them try to do their proof, and they either disprove it or are doing it such a dumb way that you still learn something. Yeah, I'm not gonna get into the Baldwin stuff. Not unless people ask me to, because that's just a whole thing.
Why'd you put me in this shit? I'll see you at brunch.
Fuck you, and I'll see you tomorrow. Now, YouTube, of course, makes us censor Darwin Awards a lot of the time because there's some stuff in there that, while we're okay with showing it, YouTube really isn't. So if you're interested in watching more uncensored content and maybe in the future uncensored Darwin Awards, we've got something for you. Something that actually we're both a part of is a new app called Pepperbox. Me and Cody just launched it with the rest of the unsubscribed crew, and for all of you guys that have been asking for an alternative to YouTube, this is it. Imagine if Patreon YouTube instead of, YouTube us.
He's trying to say
Guess
that we
what
brought
I'm
together
looking
some
into
of the
joining?
finest creators in this community and put them all together in one place without all the bullshit.
All right,
Sign me
to
up.
liven things up, I do actually.
I
have
would
a video
gladly
that's
be a creator
tiny.
on that.
This is a video that I'm sure you've seen before because it's all over social media, but there's something I noticed about it for the first time that I've never noticed before. So this is a guy who's shooting
Hold
a
on.
gun.
I gotta open a window with Pepperbox in it right now. Pepperbox TV. Let's not do that. The level of stupid on Baldwin situation is a little much. Yeah. Pepperbox TV. Begin your 14-day free trial starting your subscription now. Oh, okay, yep, I will look into that later then. I guess it makes sense that it's a subscription thing now. Though, I guess that means a regular sign-up does not get you to be a creator.
Okay.
And so he's a 3-gun shooter, or at least a, I don't know, a competition pistol shooter of some sort. So he's going to shoot and he slips.
Mm-hmm.
But he keeps the gun on target the entire time and continues to make his shots. Always kept his gun in a safe direction. Didn't slip up at all.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Like a fucking boss.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Here's something I never noticed about it. And this makes this a little bit better, all right? So this is like a rare, like not Darwin award, but a Darwin win. A Darwin.
A Darwin. I like that.
New t-shirt.
Speaking of new t-shirts, we have new designs available over at Bunker Branding. Check them on out. As he falls, he lands a little fucked up on that hand. So watch when he comes back up.
Ooh.
That
he broke his pinky.
Yeah, that's not supposed to bend that way.
Ow.
But I mean, to have done that and still, like, he kept finger off the trigger, kept the gun on target, not only in a safe direction, but on target, bent over, kind of funky. Like, that was impressive. But now that we had the rare Darwin, would you like to go back into people?
I was honestly kind of wondering why the guy took the gun away from him, because he, like, did everything better than perfect for anyone else in that situation. He took the gun away from him so that when he realized his hand was screwed up, that he didn't freak out. Though, I mean, he seemed to remain phenomenally calm. Yeah, because he needed medical treatment. That makes more sense. I didn't see the finger either, and it was kind of like, what are you doing? That's not a guy that you're scared to have a... No, when he's hurt like that, you are scared for him to have the gun. I did not catch that. The guy is still an absolute boss. I'm with them. He's more of a boss. The fact that he finished first. Holy crap. My adrenaline is keeping me from feeling this. This won't last. Help. Yeah. I haven't had that hand injury, but I've had hand injuries, and yeah.
Being
I would. I love rap videos.
No, we're done with rappers now, thankfully.
Okay.
We're good. Now it's time to talk about women.
Really?
Women.
Now, women have actually become a huge part of the shooting community, much more so in the last few years, which is fucking awesome, right?
Absolutely.
Guns are the great equalizer, and I don't think there's a better demographic for people that guns can help more than women for self-defense.
Absolutely.
But just like everybody else, when you're getting into the hobby or you're getting into the sport, it needs to be done in a safe
Brace
manner.
yourself.
And there's some areas with women that there are some, how would you put that, specific concerns. You ever had hot brass go down your neck?
Oh, this is one of those.
Sucks.
It's like a rite of passage, right?
Yeah, and you got to kind of learn not to freak out when it happens.
Funny you should say that. So here we have a female shooter at an outdoor range, clearly going through some sort of pistol course, right?
Here we go.
Brass goes right down the front.
Get out!
Oh.
She is so fucking lucky. I don't think she shot her foot. Did you see that? That second round? But did you see where it pointed first?
Oh, right into her pelvic bowl, dude.
Yep, she points it right inward and to the dude behind her. While finger on the trigger and clearly, like, I don't know, what do you call that? Sympathetic muscle reflex?
Yeah.
Yeah. When she's grabbing in her shirt, like when you're clenching this muscle, your other hand wants to clench as well. Sympathetic reflex, right?
That's why you don't dual wield a taser and a gun at the same time.
Taser.
Yeah, because your brain in a high-stress situation might pull the wrong fucking trigger. She almost discharged right there into her JJ.
Which, yeah, the pelvic bowl is a not great place to get shot.
Not at all. Yeah. Because when you're in training, they teach you if people are wearing body armor, you shoot them in the dick.
I shot him in the dick! You shot me in the dick!
And it's not just because it's insult to injury or because it hurts a lot. That's actually a place that will drop somebody. Boop. Very hard to fix as well. As
Yep.
the saying goes, you can't put a tourniquet on a tent.
You put it around the throat. Wrench it
Really?
down.
No tears, only dreams. So we got another situation where
What?
it's the same thing. Actually, it's an indoor range this time.
Okay.
When we press play, it's just as she's firing her first.
Okay, so just on the previous one, this is why I recommend, much as I hate them, tight neck collar, wide brimmed hat. That will deflect a lot of the brass out and you just don't have to deal with it. Also, the wide brimmed hat is just nice for the sun.
First shot, which then
Okay, we got the RSO's doing good. He's standing behind her. He's watching her.
But then this happens. And the RSO does do a good job. We'll get to that.
Yeah. Oh,
RSO did an amazing job there.
Solid. Chef's kiss on that RSO. That was excellent.
that was fast.
Which makes sense that he's the only person in this situation that doesn't have a blurred face. But she just look at that, slowing it down, look at that swing.
Yeah,
It smacks the table.
Oh.
Smacks the table and then points at the person next to her and then back at the RSO's junk. Not great.
I'm glad you still have a dick RSO.
I am too. I hope you use it often. But that's something that women really have to take into consideration. That's not a sexist thing at all. It's, hey, if you're wearing something like low cut,
Come
brass
on.
tends to just go everywhere. Especially if you're shooting a handgun, stuff's coming out the top. It's not a consistent pattern of ejection. Or if you have people that are next to you at the range or something like that, you have to take that into account. It's not. It's an area where brass can get caught.
Absolutely
And
true.
that can be a huge safety concern.
Yeah, so we were shooting a 4th of July video a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And we all lined up to shoot. And Caleb Francis was to the left of Heather. I was to the right. And
I'm
one of
sorry, what was that?
and Caleb Francis was to the
That is some kind of drum magazine on a Barrett. Brace yourself. Oh no.
left of Heather. I was to the right, and one of his hot pieces of brass went down her low-cut shirt, right in between her boobs that were pressed together, and now she has a permanent 5.56 scar in between her boobs. But you know what she did? She kept on target. She didn't swing and flail or anything like that, because I mean, she's been around firearms quite a bit. It do be like that, but train how you fight how you train. Oh.
You know, like a pet peeve of mine is when people take women out to the range for the first time and give them a gun that's like way too big for them, like obviously way too big.
It's very
Agree.
It's kind of fucked up, and it makes women shy away from guns in general.
Absolutely.
Like, you see, she's got that.
It makes everyone shy. I hate this kind of stuff. You want people to have fun and enjoy it. Give them a 22 first. Come on. All this does is drive people off.
A gun that's way too big for her, like a 500 Magnum or something.
Oh Jesus, yeah.
Yeah, bone collector.
And-
Yep, that was 2 shots, wasn't it?
Yep. Which, I mean, to be fair, she controlled that really well for the size of the gun.
She did.
But
True.
you saw that double tap about halfway through the recoil, or at the end of the recoil there. She fired that second shot.
Yep.
So I've
Also, again, I hate it. If you're gonna do that, load 1 round. Technically I say for any firearm, the first time you use it, anytime, start with a single round so you know what you're expecting, especially for new people. If it's like the 30th time you've shot an AR-15, even if they've all been different, yeah, sure, no one cares. But, yeah. Hi, Golden.
I've said before, because we've covered videos like that before on Darwin Awards. That can be really bad because, you know, if the gun comes all the way back around, and people have pointed out in the comments, they're like, well, yeah, it never gets like quite that far. Like, yeah, it's not safe, but it never gets quite back towards your face.
It do though sometimes.
Well, that leads me to the next clip. Excuse the Chad stance in this gentleman.
Oh, buddy, lean into it a little bit.
Lean into it and grip it firmly.
Brennan actually recognized the same thing, funny enough. Yeah, with what they were talking about, I figured this was brace. I have seen up to 4 on a recoil fire on a recoil bump fire, quote unquote. I've seen up to 4 shots in succession. So, in terms of these types of accidents, yeah, that a lot of what you see here is very tame compared to what could happen.
Which he just doesn't. Check
No,
this out.
maybe not this one.
Directly back.
Oh,
And the guy
man.
jumps in. The guy jumps in and grabs it, which thank God. Although he grabbed it right over the cylinder, which, all right, yes, good to take control of the gun. That was the right move. But if he had double tapped it while he had his hand over the cylinder on a gun that big,
It wouldn't have felt good.
no, he'd probably be missing a good chunk of a hand. So, like, if you don't know, there's a little bit of air gap.
Argument to be made, better to lose a chunk of the hand than a piece of someone's face. But yeah, that's brutal.
On a revolver, because revolvers aren't sealed. Like, the cylinder rotates, so it can't have a proper seal between the chamber and the barrel. And so there's a lot of pressure right there at the moment that the bullet's being pushed through. So if you put your finger there, well, I mean, this is what happens.
I have seen that.
Yeah.
I've seen that
yeah.
exact video.
Not
I've seen
recommended.
several
It can feel good.
recreations.
No. So imagine that dude with his whole palm of his hand over the side of the cylinder.
Oh man, that could have been a whole fuck up.
Yeah. But look at when that comes all the way back, he is staring down the barrel. Like, it is straight up.
Yeah.
It could not be any more square in his eye line.
And his finger is still directly.
That guy was in the comments and said they only loaded one just in case, but was still embarrassed to be on the video. I mean, you end up on Darwin Awards, yeah, but holy crap. The idea that they actually only loaded one round actually makes me feel a lot better just about humanity in general, that someone made a good decision like that. I cannot stress enough how badly that just doing one is needed for stuff like this.
On the trigger.
That would be, I mean, if he had managed to double tap it from that angle, you'd need a poncho if you were on his left or right. Hats off to the RSOs out there that are actually doing their job and keeping people safe and not just being assholes for no reason.
What's going on, guys?
At least if you lose part of your hand, you could say, I got this injury by saving someone from being... Yep, that's true. You get... Being able to say I lost that piece of my flesh from helping or saving someone, it's bragging rights.
Real quick, we're out filming a video that we can't really talk about yet, but it's going to be really cool when it comes out. I am dressed in World War II attire at the moment. If I was actually there on Normandy Beach running up against MG42s on a beachhead, I would definitely feel a little bit better if I had some ballistic plates, which is why I wanted to thank the sponsor of today's video, Bullet Safe. Stuff like their VP4 vest is the cutting edge of ballistic protection. It's discreet, it's effective, and it's level 3 rated. And they're made right here in the USA. Even better, they're made right here in Texas. So if you're looking for some great discreet ballistic protection that's made right here in the US, check out Bullet Safe. Links are going to be down in the description and in the pinned comment. Seriously, check them out. We appreciate them sponsoring the Darwin Awards.
You want to see somebody?
He's advertising real bullet makers. I'm still thinking I want to get some of that AliExpress trash and see if it actually holds up. The exact opposite end of the spectrum. Took me so long to realize that yellow is D-lock. Yep.
Somebody negligently discharge a grenade launcher?
I
Hello?
feel like I've seen this one. It was in a
Oh,
foreign country.
hold on. What did
Yeah,
you just
I
say? Hi, Blue.
I feel like
You want to see somebody negligently discharge a grenade launcher?
I've seen this one. It was in a foreign country, right?
Yeah, I believe it was
Oh,
Russia.
I think I've seen this one, too.
You did see this one. You saw this one. Yeah, it's a high school gymnasium.
I have not
in
seen
Russia,
this one.
because obviously they have a grenade launcher there. They're in the back over these giant watermarks because this has been passed around on Telegram 80 fucking times, like every Russian video.
What's the thought behind that? Hey, my kid's wrestling. You want to see my grenade launcher?
I mean, I've heard worse pickup lines. Right there in the back. Right by what looks like the Florida flags. Apparently he ND'd it into the ceiling, and it detonated in the ceiling.
Is anyone killed on that one?
I don't think so. I think there were some people injured, but I don't think anybody got killed. According to Atlas News, at least 6 people were wounded after a grenade launcher was fired inside of a school gym during a child's Sambo tournament in a Russian-controlled city in Ukraine. All right, well, shit.
I guess they just got grenade launchers floating around out there.
And maybe the guy just didn't know how to use a fucking grenade launcher.
Probably.
Which I'm sure he would have known how to do.
Here we go.
If he had gotten a start in gunsmithing and weapons technology over at sdi.edu using the links down in the description and in the pinned comment. Smooth as glass.
He always has the same pause when he gets started.
All right, so for this next clip, do you remember like the county fair when you were growing up? They'd have those little competitions where you'd have like the little fake gun, like the little pellet gun or something.
Yeah, it's like a little.
Oh, no.
Yeah, pretty much. This is one of those, except this is I guess, an unforeseen casualty. Yeah, so the lady on the left is working behind the counter, and the lady on the right has just got her new opportunity to win a, I don't know, fucking Finding Nemo shark. It's down. Oh, hits her right in the head.
Oh, she goes down.
Oh!
But, all right, watch that one more time.
That's
Mixed feelings on this one.
yes, because
That almost looks like she's doing that to play it up. I'm not sure, but still hurts. Still hurts.
she obviously doesn't know how to shoot. You can see she has the butt of the rifle on her shoulder.
Yeah.
But then also, why is she standing up when she knows there's, like, you know, loaded firearms out there?
And also, why is she pulling the trigger when her sights are obviously obscured by, I don't know, a human head? Soccer Acting Award of the Year goes to this chick who got hit. Because you can see, when you slow it down, the projectile just bounce off. There is nothing in her head. She just gets mildly whacked by something plastic. She grabs her head and immediately just realizes, opportunity. Not that it didn't fucking hurt.
Yeah, it could still hurt, and if it goes in like your eye or something, that's a whole other story. I just don't think that actually knocked her out this time. You seen that video where he acts to a person pulls a pin, a grenade, and accidentally threw it? Yeah, I've seen his Darwin Awards of it, and I've seen it in just other places.
I'm sure,
Yeah,
like,
I'm
you
sure
got
her like a motherfucker.
been shot in the head by airsoft before. But it's
Yeah,
not
the size of those is definitely like airsoft pellets in there.
Yeah, most importantly, like, nothing penetrated skin.
Yeah.
She just, oh, my stars. She immediately saw, like, I can get out of this life. This is my insurance claim that takes me to the big time.
I don't have to be a carny anymore.
You know what I'd really like to talk about? Aiden Ross.
Love him. Love his streams.
So for those of you who don't know, Aiden Ross is a streamer, an IRL streamer, which stands for in real life, the place that streamers like that do not live. I just know he's one of these like young kids who made it big on these streaming platforms that other young kids watch, and I don't know, that something to do with gambling. Fuck, I'm too old for this shit now. But anyway, we did see him the other day because of this little clip that was floating around social media. He went to a gun range to shoot a Cybertruck, which, speaking of which, Elon, come on, homie. We pre-ordered Cybertrucks like fucking 3 years ago. We'd want to do cool shit with it. Yeah, so Aiden Ross was out shooting a Cybertruck, and then one of the guys who's apparently like a firearm instructor there at the range they were using comes up and does this.
Where? Oh my god! What the hell was that? He shot it! Cheeser!
That was intentional.
What the fuck?
That
Everyone
looked
laughs.
intentional.
Hysterical.
Brandon, what would happen at one of our range days if someone did that?
Bare minimum, you would get your fucking ass kicked. And you'd at least be kicked out.
Yeah.
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 You would be escorted off the property.
Probably both, actually. You'd probably get your ass kicked, and then you'd be, banned from showing up ever again.
It wouldn't be a good day, man. I don't think any of those special forces, RSOs that we have at our range days would appreciate that very much at all.
I don't believe they would.
Oh my god!
Point is, gun safety is very important, and that was not very safe at all.
But I mean, you could very clearly tell, like, that was almost his feet. It was very close. And this guy's just laughing the whole time. The guy's even angling it towards his feet. Like, there's just absolutely no fucking reason to do that.
Also, when you're walking back from the range, why is your rifle loaded?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. We got another angle of that, though. There's actually an angle here that I hadn't seen before.
I've never seen this angle.
Where?
You can tell it's right almost on his feet.
Be safer, guys.
You know, we just threw a lot of shade at Aiden Ross. I don't think he actually... He probably wasn't at fault for that, like, at all.
Yeah.
I think we just instinctively shat on a kick streamer.
Well, especially with all those kids around, and they saw that, and they're like, oh, this is funny to do. We're
Yeah.
going to do this next time we're at the range.
You can't preach to people, hey, guns are...
100%. Do that at any of the ranges I've been to. Everyone present is going to jump you. You are not walking away from... You're not walking away from any of the ranges that I shoot at under your own power if you pull that stunt. Guaranteed.
Are in a toy, you know, you need to be safe, and then do shit like that. That was totally like Aiden Ross being a victim of a crime, but we shat on him first.
Yeah.
Oh well. And now on to the main event.
Oh, there's a main event.
There's a main event. There's an actual Darwin Award this time around.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
Let's do it.
So are you familiar, real quick, with the Boint Gun at Venus trend?
Oh, yeah. Where
Yeah.
people take their firearms and they play with the trigger slack pointed at their dicks.
Yeah, it's something that we've covered exactly
That's a picture to pause
one
on.
time on Darwin Awards,
Um,
and it
Yeah, I think here is the point where we start saying graphic warning alert if this is what we're talking about. Be warned. You've now been warned.
it is not something that I said I would never cover it again. Just because I don't want people to fucking repeat it, because it's not a cool trend. It's just fucking something. It's fucking stupid, right? I don't want people to copycat thinking like, this is my way to get on Darwin Awards. That's why I said I wouldn't cover it. But this one was absolutely fucking everywhere. It went, you know, it was all over social media.
He actually does it, doesn't he?
Because this one violates, again, it's like every fucking rule of firearm safety. You've got a proven loaded Glock. You've got live round there in the magazine, and he slams it home.
Okay. Slide forward. Yep.
That doesn't even have...
Already, this should be fucking wigging you out.
I know where this is going.
Yeah. We're at, well, it's main event time, so you know exactly where this is going. But if you're a gun guy, this should absolutely be flipping you out right now. Just
Yeah.
Loaded gun, pointed at junk. And...
Oh, God. Did he, like...
You fucked around and you found out you got the surprise inside.
Well, do you notice he does the slack more and more every time? So it's like, what are you going for?
But look at that hole.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not faked. That was, he got no dick, no mo.
I said I wouldn't talk about it again, and I really thought I wouldn't have to, but this one went absolutely everywhere, all over social media. So while I didn't really want to bring this up again, we've gained like 1 million subscribers plus since then. So this is just a nice refresher of what happens when you disregard the gun safety rules. The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
His penis found out.
He probably survived, but if anything was a non-death related Darwin Award, it is definitely shooting yourself in the reproductive bits. Yeah, I don't think your bloodline's going to continue. And at that point, nor should it. So this gentleman not only found the brand new decocker on his Glock, but he also was just now awarded a Darwin Award. And I think that pretty much wraps up all we've got for this episode of the Darwin Awards. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Be sure to
That's
check
brutal.
out Pepperbox. Again, links are in the description and in the pinned comment. Be sure to check out my buddy here, Cody, Donut Operator. Thanks for coming on the channel, buddy.
Thanks for having me, man. I'm not going to point a gun at my cock anymore, so I really appreciate that.
You know, that's just those teachable moments. I'm glad we can share this together. But most importantly, I appreciate you for staying all the way to the end. I appreciate you guys for watching this far, and I will see you sexy YouTube mother lovers in the next video. Bye.
Never do this. And I know why he probably thought it was safe. Ish. Besides the dumb, besides just the dumb, I'm going to do that. But on the level of stupidity, probably the reason why he thought, well, I'll do this with a Glock is Glocks have really, really sketchy triggers. They have an enormous amount of pull between when you between when you start pulling and when they fire. But here's the thing. Even the quote-unquote good Glocks, unless they have a specifically made match trigger, that pull distance varies between pulls because of how sketchy they are. So this guy's probably thinking, oh, it has a huge pull distance. It's the quote-unquote safest gun that I can do this with. Absolutely not. First of all, you don't do it. Second of all, the Glock is probably one of the most likely to go wrong because of how sketchy the triggers are on those things. Heard a kid accidentally getting a headshot through four wall. Yeah, I've heard about that, several of those too. As someone who's come really close to being shot for a number of reasons, I just cannot process the decision making that goes into that kind of crap. Like, going back, giving someone an oversized gun, watch them fall over. I don't like it, but I can understand the mentality. I do not approve in any way, but it's like, I know what's going through your head. I disagree with it, but I know what's going through it. This kind of stuff, I mean, as brutal as it is, I hate to say it, I sometimes struggle to actually feel bad because you have made so many dumb, bad decisions to get to this point. I struggle. I mean, it's still like cringe. Oh my gosh, what the heck? But I struggle to not say, you literally asked for it. All right, I'm getting a drink. And then we're watching Lazerpig. Drink got. I've acquired one of those El Cheapo tiny fridges. All right. Let's cheer up with Lazerpig. We are watching Shut Up About the Challenger 2. Now, I have things to say about the Challenger 2 before Lazerpig gets started. The Challenger 2 has been it's sort of the ugly stepchild of the various modern tanks in a lot of the tank communities, where everyone's like, oh, but it's slow and it's awkward and it's not as good, it's not as advanced. The Challenger 2 is not built to the same doctrine as modern Western or Eastern tanks, really. The Challenger 2 is really, realistically, it's a modern infantry tank, like the old Matilda and Churchill tanks. It's an infantry tank. It is designed to crawl ahead slowly, supporting infantry and other vehicles, and just grinding down weaker opponents. That is its primary job. And that is why it has been the most successful Western tank in Ukraine. Matilda 9. Could be a good name for it. I'm serious. The Challenger 2 has been the most successful Western tank. I was here, but Trevor lost its... this is why I multi-stream, because if one stream has an issue, we can just go somewhere else. Anyways, it's really just been grinding down the Soviet tanks, which, contrary to what many people had tried to argue, are pretty inferior compared to a lot of Western tanks. Using a World War II engine designed for the what was it, the BT-7, is probably not a great start for your engine. I know people going, it's not the same engine. It is. They just supercharged it to get, 50 horsepower out of it. I actually, before it was taken down, I actually went to the factory's website to get the technical specs, because it was available on the... Thank you for the Stay Safe Blue Kitty. I actually went to the factory website to get the technical specs, because they were available publicly. And it is, indeed, the KV something engine. For no joke, they showed they used to have the whole development line from original to the current one, and were bragging about it being the engine that won World War II. What a good tank the Russians have is a T-80, and they canceled it. The T-80 is the Kharkov V2, thank you. Yeah, the T-80 is probably the best actual tank the Russians have, and they just don't have many of them, and they don't make more. So, yeah, when you're facing inferior tanks powered by a, 70-year-old, 80-year-old engine, you don't need to be the best tank in the world. You just need to have enough armor to tank their hits, a gun that can go through their armor, and to just grind along, blasting through anything and everything in front of you, which is the job of the old infantry tank concept from the 30s. And it's working for the Challenger 2. So, while I don't think the Challenger 2 is the best in modern tank doctrine style sweeping tank assaults, it is a very good tank in practical terms. When it's outperforming the Leopard in this war, you know it's a good tank. Excuse me, the Leopard 2. Which gets me into a whole rant that I'm not going to touch unless people want me to, where I have said for years that the modern tank doctrine does not match actual battlefield statistics. And the main reason that the tanks that have been out there have been as successful as they have is purely on the basis of combined arms forcing them to still be successful. Modern tanks do not match what the actual battlefield requires, for the most part. Stop making TA same as the GTI 3 was released. Russians don't have tanks. They have short-range space rockets. Yeah, the carousel loader is fun. All right, let's get started. Let's see if Lazerpig... It sounds like he probably has a similar opinion to me.
This video is dedicated to all the men and women of Columbia State University who work tirelessly each and every day to create the new race of super beings that will one day replace us all.
Okay.
Since its conception, the Challenger 2 has been one of the most controversial tanks in military enthusiast lore. Until, of course, it came, with its Honda Jazz engine and turbo cannon powered by the heart of a dead orphan, and a cloaking device that makes it so stealthy no one has ever seen it in combat, and something, I don't know, I stopped reading the comments. The Challenger 2 remains in a rather odd place in military.
I have things to say about the T-14 as well, but that's not for this video.
Enthusiast lore. For one, this is a community that is dominated largely by Americans who think that everyone else should shut up, because if you're not an American, your opinion is invalid. And of course, the other side is dominated by Russian armor fans who bought into the whole Western armor is made to make generals in the Pentagon rich, but Russian armor is built for war, etc, etc, blah blah blah. In this argument, there is no real...
I have seen the T-14 video. Like I said, there's a whole thing there. There is a whole thing there. And it actually lost me some respect for the chieftain. And it's not for reasons you probably think. Powered by the heart of a dead orphan. Yeah, possibly.
Place for the tanks of other nations, who simply become the subjects of either ridicule or adoration depending on the changing culture of the community in question, and rarely does that have anything to do with the tank's actual performance. The Ariati, for example, the main battle tank of the Italians, is considered one of the worst main
After my audio.
nations, who simply become the subjects of either ridicule or adoration depending on the changing culture of the community in question, and rarely does that have anything to do with the tank's actual performance. The Ariati, for example, the main battle tank of the Italians, is considered one of the worst main battle tanks in Europe, given its woeful cross-country performance and severe lack of armor. But it is loved by the community entirely because of one episode of Girls in Panzer in which the Italians are painted as yes, cash-strapped, but cheerful and enthusiastic, traits which have been transposed onto the Ariati. It's now a plucky tank. It's trying its best. It's just a little guy. Look at him go. It's absolutely not an icon of Italian corruption and poor manufacturing oversight. What on earth are you talking about? How dare you offend my tanko? I will fight you, you son of a bitch! In comparison, the Challenger 2 is hated.
As a Girls in Panzer fan, I am glad I never fell into that trap.
Tanko, I will fight
It is a kind of cute design, though. I'll give it that.
you son of a bitch! In comparison, the Challenger 2 is hated, simply because British armor enthusiasts, known as Teaboos, are some of the worst people on the internet. They are arrogant, argumentative, highly sensitive, and so far up their own ass, it's amazing they can still see. For generations, calls of British detected your argument is invalid have been the hand-waving response to any of their walls of text, followed by brief and comedic discussions and all the cool Britain cancelled because it's basically poor. And as such, those traits have been applied to the Challenger 2. It is often mocked as the icon of British arrogance, of the failure of Britain to be able to properly afford a modern weapons program, and its self-centeredness which keeps it in a perpetual state of ignorance, believing that Britain can still go it alone, rather than face up to the inevitable reality that it is a former world power with a dying influence, and it's simply trying to stave off the inevitability of purchasing import tanks like the Abrams or Leopard 2s to remain combat relevant. But to the British, the Challenger is a point of pride. To them, it's the tank that defies the odds. In spite of the criticism, the Challenger 2 is an exceedingly capable tank, one which has proven unequal to its modern equivalents. It is in every way as capable as a baseline Abrams M1A2 and a Leopard 2A4, and in some respects even exceeds them in certain factors. It is exceptionally fast for its size, it is overall better protected, and it enjoys a somewhat better layout than the Leopard. And the accuracy of its rifled cannon, combined with its long-range laser optic system, has earned it a reputation as the sniper tank. Its predecessor, the Challenger 1, still holds the record for the longest tank-on-tank kill at just under 3 miles. But it is its unique armor that gives it its most distinctive characteristic. Chubham armor, sometimes incorrectly referred to as Dorchester, is a non-explosive reactive armor made out of hardened ceramic plates encased in a metal framework and covered in elastic. It offers vastly superior protection over regular composite armor, especially against shaped charges, heat rounds, and kinetic penetrators like Sabo. It is not the only tank which uses this, of course. The M1 Abrams and the South Korean K1 both use similar types of armor based on the same principles. And while the tank is not invincible and the armor definitely not impenetrable, it has proven it.
And Callum, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Girls in Panzer Lords, why would you take that as gospel? Yeah, it's a fun show, but no. How dare you offend my tanks? I will fight you. Tank foos. Up to custard pies at dawn. For honor! Chubby hammer. I'm just gonna let him keep going for the moment. Yeah, I was wondering if he was gonna bring up, because I knew the Abrams used it. But yeah, it sounds like he's going to go down the same route that I did, where, yeah, it's not the most advanced and it's not the most expensive, but it is built to a different doctrine as other tanks. And right now, that doctrine is winning. It is the most successful Western tank in Ukraine right now.
principles. And while the tank is not invincible and the armor definitely not impenetrable, it has proven itself countless times in combat, and in spite of the numerous Western tanks fitted with this style of armor that have been lost both in Ukraine and other conflicts, none have ever been taken out in a direct tank-on-tank action, making it difficult to judge the actual combat effectiveness of this armor, especially when it's classified just exactly how much of this armor covers the actual tank. In Iraq, one Challenger 2 suffered over 90 hits from Soviet-made RPG rounds, including an alleged Milan missile, and survived. In the same region, a number of Challengers came into contact with a superior number of T-55s and were able to destroy all of them without casualty, in spite of taking numerous hits. And though the military enthusiast community online may look at the Challenger 2 with disdain, in the world of actual experts, the Challenger is considered one of the best tanks in the world. I mean, not the best, because there is no such thing, but it's certainly up there. And to the British, that's all that matters. But of course, it's not all sunshine in Rule Britannia.
Infantry tank.
There are downsides to an indigenous tank project, and being that the Challenger 2 has consistently failed to attract serious interest on the export market, it has meant that demand for additional hulls, guns and upgrades is basically null. Outside of Ukraine, which we'll discuss in a bit, only 2 other countries have ever operated Challenger 2s. Oman operates a fleet of 38 hulls, 18 of which are tanks, the rest are training, repair and specialist vehicles. In 2022, 14 Challenger 2s with British crews were placed under Polish command in order to offset the loss of Poland's T-72 fleet, which had donated to Ukraine. This lack of foreign export has meant that the cost of upgrading the tanks has remained fairly high. The Challenger 2E, an export variant which incorporated a lot more Eurocentric systems commonly found on the Leclerc and K2, was cancelled in 2005 after it failed to attract interest from either Greece or India. And with Britain not having the funds or real need to maintain a large tank fleet, it has meant that, with the exception to some necessary upgrades to its survival and armor packages, such as the Street Fighter upgrade, which saw the frontal ERA system replaced with the same ceramic armor that covers the rest of the tank, the Challenger has remained largely in the same state it was when it was built in the 90s. The rifle gun means it cannot use the more modern and more powerful NATO rounds, and its rifling causes significant wear on the barrel. It uses 2-piece ammunition, which cuts into the reload time, and it's furiously heavy. And though it has an extremely powerful engine capable of propelling the 60-ton Challenger 2 at 40 miles an hour, making it just as fast as the 48-ton T90, it does struggle on inclines and softer terrain. And though a more powerful engine variant of the Challenger 2 does exist and was trialled, which solved this problem, the increased power-to-weight ratio caused the tracks to frequently, well, fall off. This is on top of that rifled gun being... Actually, let's talk about that.
Here we go.
One of the biggest misconceptions of the Challenger 2 is the link between its famously rifled gun and its accuracy. A lot of online pundits believe that the rifling does nothing for accuracy and the whole thing is in fact a myth. Because as we all know, rifling has absolutely no effect on accuracy whatsoever, and that's why all sniper rifles are smoothbore. Rifles! Sniper rifles! Why do you think it's called a rifle? Look, I don't know why people believe that or where that came from, but I'm looking at Reddit. They know I'm looking at them. I can see them shuffling their feet and trying to hide their posts behind their... I see you doing that! Stop it! The thing is, the rifling on the Challenger 2's tank barrel is not a yes it is, no it isn't when it comes to its acclaimed accuracy. The Challenger's
T-55, Rusty Dodge, Neon of tanks, but well, Soviet RPGs. Knowledge of 17th century, yeah. There are other problems with rifles. Accuracy is not one of them.
Tank barrel is not a yes it is, no it isn't when it comes to its acclaimed accuracy. The Challenger's accuracy is proven, and it's going to become very important when we talk about how it's doing in Ukraine. But where the confusion...
We are watching Lazerpig's Shut Up About the Challenger 2.
And it's going to become very important when we talk about how it's doing in Ukraine. But where the confusion may be coming from may be more to do with how rifling affects modern tank shells. Hesh rounds, which the British are absolutely obsessed with, do benefit greatly from a rifled barrel. The spinning not only makes the shot far more accurate, it also increases the spread of the interior explosive, greatly increasing the effect of the round. It was for this reason that the British kept the rifled barrel. The Hesh round is incredibly important in terms of British tank doctrine. It makes the tank exceedingly good at infantry support, which has been its biggest advantage over other tank designs. When a squad of challengers got ambushed in Iraq, in the worst environment for a tank to be in, urban combat, many of the tankers proclaimed it was the power of those Hesh rounds that saved them, not the tank's armor. Hesh rounds are extremely effective against bunkers and dug-in positions, which made them highly valuable in the Iraq theater, where the Iraqis stuck to heavily fortified urban environments that allowed them to run between different firing positions while remaining in cover. The downside is that while Hesh rounds work great with rifling, Sable rounds do not. In fact, they work the opposite. A spinning tungsten sable dart is considerably less effective and less accurate. Thus, British sabre rounds have to carry special rings which counter the spinning effect from the rifling. This makes the Challenger slightly less effective at countering enemy armor than the more modern Abrams and Leopard tanks, and is quite possibly where the confusion about rifling not improving accuracy is coming from. It also explains why in the newly announced upgrade package to the Challenger, labelled Challenger 3, the Brits have replaced the rifled gun with the smoothbore, with the belief that high explosive filler smart rounds will make up for the loss of Hesh, allowing it to maintain that all-important infantry support element. But first,
Yeah, it's an infantry tank. As I said, its primary job is as an infantry tank. They just refuse to call it that because everyone looks at infantry tanks and say, but the Churchill proved they don't work. It ended up being used as a heavy tank.
all-important infantry support element. But first, it's Britain's least favourite morning talk show, Breakfast with Jackie.
Uh-oh.
So I'm sitting there, right, back at the bus club, chippy sauce on my titties, knickers around me ankles, giving it the wally, and I swear to her, it stank like a pack of Monster Munch. Monster Munch, Jackie. Aye, pickled onion flavour, crunch and all. Didn't taste that half bad though. Oh, hello, and welcome back to Breakfast with Jackie. My name's Jackie, it's 1:30 in the afternoon, you've just woken up, and this is breakfast. The proper breakfast of champions of whatever you have in the fridge, paired with a lovely bottle of chili sauce. And a couple of aspirins. As my great-grandmother used to say, you've never lived till you've been glassed outside of spoons at 3 a.m, waited 5 hours to be seen, accident and emergency, given up, went home, and burned through half your weekly shopping budget on something you'll take 3 bites out of and then fall asleep. Truly, we are the greatest nation of people on God's green earth. But Jackie, you might be shouting at the TV, what's a wash it doing with? Well, your regular boy may turn to that most traditional of British drinks, 3 cans of lager. But as we all know, lager contains carbs. And carbs are the reason you can't see your grandkids in the shower. Thanks to Susan Fay Weight Watchers for that lovely picture of her husband, by the way. I'll be saving that.
What is happening?
So you want to hydrate, you want to keep healthy, but you didn't want a big dose of carbs and sugar and caffeine that's going to keep you awake for the next 2.5 hours and then you fall asleep just in time for Golden Balls. That's the real show, by the way. That's why I've partnered with GamerStop. Not only is it keto friendly, it's also sugar free and provides an easy alternative to energy drink which contain more sugar than my last diabetes blood check. How's it taste, Donna? That's no bad. Thanks, Donna. I like the cup it comes in. You like the tits, Donna? I like the tits, aye. Donna was Tit Munching Champion of the Year back in, what was it, 97, Donna? 97, Jackie, aye. Well, thank you, Donna. And don't forget, if you want your own funny wake-up powder with matching boob cup, use code LASER for 10% off your purchase. The link is in the description. Any of them taste like Monster Munch, Jackie? Sadly, no. But this one does taste like my ex-husband's cock. And that's all we've got time for on Breakfast with Jackie. Tune in next week where the girls will be showing you 99 bedroom tips and tricks to spice up your bedroom life that you can do at home with a sausage roll. Contract obligation over. Okay, I don't want to pad the running time of this video by going over the extremely long and complicated history of the Challenger, or go over the fact that yes, it has a boiling vessel, so it can make tea, making it the single greatest tank in the world, something which is required by law to point out, since every single British historian covering the tank seems to mention it, forgetting of course that it's because British MREs are boil in the bag. Well, they were. I don't know if they still are like that. I don't keep up with the British MRE world. Maybe they're completely different by now.
I have seen the T in tanks mentioned a lot. I have not seen anyone actually mention why the T in the tanks. And I'm just gonna join in on the crowd, I guess. The reason for the T in the tanks is because in World War II, the British crew would get out of the tanks to have tea and then get ambushed by Germans. And command got annoyed that so many tank crews are being caught outside of the tanks and said, no, you're going to make the tea in the tanks. We're going to set you up so you can make the tea in the tanks so you're in the tank whenever the Germans attack you. So that is the reason why all British tanks can have a teapot in them, is so that you can make the tea in the tank so that you're in the tank when the Germans attack you. I've seen a lot of people talk about that, but not talking about the reason why. Yep, I am a chimera. There are multiple complaints from American commanders of British crews stopping while in battle to get out to start making tea. Yep, and it's just like, no, you're gonna make the tea in the tank so you stay in the armor and keep driving the tank.
The British MRE world. Maybe they're completely different by now.
French baguette. Generally in the field, you'll finish with a cheese.
So instead, I'll just go over some of the more concrete rumors that typically flare up when people start talking about the Challenger. Because there is this idea, possibly coming from the whole Britain cannot afford modern weapons and cancels everything cool, which is a fair assessment to be honest, that the Challenger family of tanks is based on the principle of good enough. That it's basically an upgrade to the Chieftain originally built for Iran, which Britain was left with after the Iranian Revolution and just kind of accepted it into service because what else are we going to do with all these tanks? That is half true. The Challenger 1 was originally designed as an upgrade package for Iran's chieftain called the Shah II. When Iran revolted in 1978, this deal for new tanks fell through. The Challenger was then proposed to the MOD, who accepted it into service. It's kind of well known that the Brits were designing their own replacement to the chieftain called the MBT-80 at around the same time, which is a design considered by many to be vastly superior to anything else proposed, including the Challenger. And it was in fact time constraints and having a tank ready quickly enough to compete with the Soviet T-80, as well as the potential loss of skilled workers at the factory in Leeds where the Shah II was being developed, that pushed Britain into accepting the good enough tank over the superior design. This is sort of true, but not really. Most of the design of the Shah II was altered to fit the needs of a British tank at the time. It wouldn't be fair to say that the design proposed for Iran and the eventual production Challenger were the same tank, nor would it be precisely fair to call it an upgraded Chieftain. There is about a 70% commonality between the Chieftain and the Challenger. If you trained on the Chieftain and then switched to the Challenger, a lot of the systems on board would be familiar to you. But the Challenger comes with a completely different armor package with its Chubbin armor. For the Chieftain to have the same level of armor protection as the Challenger with its mixture of steel and composite, it would need to be about 200 tons in weight. Challenger also comes with a completely new engine and suspension, allowing it to far exceed the Chieftain in terms of engine power, and a lot of the technologies that were developed for the MBT-80 would eventually find its way onto the Challenger. The tank that failed the 1987 Canadian Army Trophy because it turned out the gun sights didn't work in the rain was a completely different tank to the one which saw action in Desert Storm. Through these gradual system upgrades and improvement in crew training, the Challenger 1 became an absolute beast that was on par to probably an M1A1 Abrams, if somewhat less mechanically reliable. And that's where the problems begin. because it is British, so obviously there is going to be their own little host of problems. As Operation Desert Storm was getting underway, only about 1/3 of Britain's Challenger 1 fleet was operational. That wasn't really a fault of the tank, it was more the government who bought it. The Brits, in classic British fashion, in order to save money, didn't order enough spare parts. So
This is generally a problem with British military. People often attribute it to the equipment. It's because their government likes to be cheap. I like my fluffy tail. No snakes.
one half of the in order to save money, didn't order enough spare parts. So one half of the fleet had to be cannibalized in order to serve the needs of the other. This is not something that would have been saved by the MBT-80, and what a lot of people fail to understand is by the time the famously constrained British budget was ready to put the MBT-80 into mass production, the Challenger was already equally as capable. Hi, post-production Lazerpig here still. There is a pub full of former Challenger 1 crews that I live next to that will be very angry unless I get this one right. So yes, there is a lot of problems with the Challenger. It wasn't just lack of spare parts, it's all to do with the engine. It was designed by Rolls-Royce, but built by them. And if you don't know who they are, you know what, just go watch Intergalactic Binman's video on the rover if you really want to know why every single British person just squirmed a little in their chair at the mention of that shall not be named. As a result of this, the engine had a multitude of failures, including the cylinder pads just overheating and cracking apparently at random, which caused the coolant to leak onto the exhaust manifold and caused huge plumes of white smoke to fart out of the exhaust, which was a bit problematic. And replacing this took hours, sometimes days depending on severity. And this was at a time where tanks like the Abrams and the Leopard had power packs that could just be easily lifted straight out of the tank and replaced within little over an hour. In fact, the modern Abrams, is one of its major strengths is if you have an issue with the engine, it's easier for the maintenance crew just to rip the engine out and install a new one, because that takes about 45 minutes. Actually fixing the engine, that can take hours. And I mean, yes, it's all to do with what the team have on hand. Engineering vehicles aren't carting around 20 spare Abrams engines with them wherever they go, but you get the idea. With the upgrade to the Challenger...
Quick aside on the Abrams thing. That started with the Sherman tank. Look up Sherman tank field repairs sometimes. They did the same thing. The engine, the transmission, whatever. They just take out the old one, put in a new one, send the old one back to be repaired, and the tank's off and ready to go in an hour or two. British Leyland Up to does recommend Intergalactic Binman's video. Want the link. We are already starting to dig into quite a bit of time, and we are not halfway through the video yet. I'm not sure if we should watch a third video tonight. Let's see though.
Challenger 2 program proposed sometime in the late 80s, this would bring the Challenger up to the same standards as the more modern Leopard 2 tanks, as well as fix a lot of the Challenger 1's problems. Again, Challenger 2 brings this idea that it's an upgrade package to the Challenger 1, which is in itself an upgrade package to the Chieftain. So you can kind of see why people who maybe haven't read up on the full history of the design think that the current British Challenger 2 tank is just a heavily modified Chieftain, a tank that entered service in the 1960s. It is not. Compared to the Challenger 1, the Challenger 2 shares just 5% commonality. It would be wrong to call it the Challenger Mark II. It's a completely different tank. Even the hull, which looks similar, is not the same. So no, you cannot penetrate the frontal plate with a gun from World War II. But of course, we can sit here and argue about your favorite tank until the cows come home. But what really matters is how the tank actually performs in combat. And that's where things get interesting.
Because of American armored doctrine, operational logistical yep.
Ukraine has been asking for modern tanks since before the invasion began. Russia threatened to significantly escalate the situation if said tanks were provided, which caused Germany to drag its feet on approving the transfer to Leo 2 tanks to Ukraine, citing that it didn't want to become an accessory to escalation that might lead to World War III, something that would become Germany's signature move throughout this war. Britain, however, had no such quarrels. On the 14th of January 2023, with its massive bulging balls of Rule Britannia ringing in the breeze, it announced that 30 AS-90 artillery systems and 14 Challenger 2s would be delivered to Ukraine. These were the first Western tank designs to be promised to Ukraine, and the first to arrive. And Russia responded by, well, doing nothing. A move that would become its signature throughout this war. This is not the first time Britain had done this. It was one of the first to provide long-range munitions, again in defiance of German indecision, and when the US dragged its feet on supply of HIMARS systems, the UK promised a number of its own MLRS systems, and also provided several minesweeping and patrol vessels. It is perhaps Britain that has suffered the most under what is called the debauchery of the Russian oligarchs. Putin's oligarchs saw London as their second home. They sent their children to prestigious English schools and bought houses and mansions in Kensington. They brought with them obscene amounts of money, which pushed London's prices and house market to the point of collapse. They bought newspapers and banks, lawyers' offices, PR firms, football teams, and made substantial donations to the Conservative Party and to the Brexit campaign. Russian oligarchs rubbed shoulders with the British elites. They were the guests of politicians, of influential lords, and of royalty. But it came with a price. With PR firms and newspapers at their disposal, the opinions of the British public became heavily influenced, unwittingly, by the Kremlin. The British courts became the playthings for oligarchs to fight their petty rivalries, and for Putin to legally hunt down and destroy his enemies, such as in the case of Boris Berezovsky, a fierce Putin critic who was found dead in his bathroom in his UK home in 2013. In spite of obvious suspicions, Scotland Yard refused to investigate, and the whole case was left down to an underfunded local constabulary who quickly determined that it was suicide and moved on. London became the home of the Russian mafia, who used it to hide from the FBI and CIA, who legally cannot operate on British territory. Several oligarchs even made it into the House of Lords, and still sit on its benches with the power to vote on British laws. Russian money found its way into every avenue of British society, and the Brits were happy to bend over backwards to fit every whim of those oligarchs, as they treated their country like their own personal plaything, so long as the money kept flowing. And now that the fog has lifted, that Putin has threatened the UK with nuclear war several times, and the people who preached that he was a friend to Britain...
Why is this stuttering? Nothing else on my computer is stuttering. Why is this stuttering? Or is he just running this at a slow frame rate? Is this his video or is this me somehow? What's going on here?
Made to look like idiots, many British elites and politicians
Not
have
me.
begun to realize that Putin played them for fools. So potentially, quite possibly, Britain's willingness to provide Ukraine with weapons, especially when everyone else was hesitant, might have been because Britain didn't see an opportunity for kinship or genuine concern about the plight of the Ukrainian people, but instead, Britain saw an opportunity for vengeance.
I'm not sorry. No, it's not. It can't be the Wi-Fi. I'm not on Wi-Fi. I am hardwired to my net. I don't stream through Wi-Fi.
With the deployment of the Challenger, finally, the age of the Teaboo had come. Finally, Britain was leading the charge in hails of
See, it was his. Okay, so he did actually do that. I have not seen this video before, so I did not check, anything. So, okay, so he did just do that section in a slow frame rate. Got you.
The age of the Teaboo had come. Finally, Britain was leading the charge, and hails of "Shut up, Yank!" echoed in the hallowed halls of the internet. Should anyone dare question the prowess of this machine? Because finally, we would be vindicated when footage would be released of a Challenger 2 blowing up a Russian tank. Or that was the theory anyway. It was a somewhat disappointing and sobering time for every Teaboo, both current and former, that rumors of the planned expansion of Ukraine's Challenger fleet from 14 to 24 turned out to be false. The 79 Challenger 2 tanks Britain has in mothballs were to be broken up for museum displays or spare parts, not shipped to Ukraine. And as the Ukrainian crews finished their training and were shipped back home with their new vehicles, video footage of any Challenger 2s were suspiciously absent absent from the newsreels. And so the British waited, and waited, and waited, and waited, and got nothing. Outside
good
of
one.
the
Rest
endless
well.
reels of training footage, the only news the British public ever got that a Challenger had seen combat was when one was destroyed south of Avdiivka, in a manner the Russians claim was 100% definitely them. They just changed their mind on how they did it every 2 weeks or so. The crew didn't destroy the vehicle themselves when it became unrecoverable, thus negating Russia's claim to be the first nation to destroy a Challenger 2 in active combat. Absolutely not! Russia hit it with a missile, which caused the ammunition to detonate, separating the turret from the chassis. Never mind that in the first video we see the fire is coming out of the driver's hatch and not the back bit where the ammo is, and the turret is very much still attached. Just ignore that. It had become apparent to many who were watching this war that the Challengers were not really seen as great assets by the Ukrainians, that the gesture of these tanks was token, not serious, built to force Putin's hand, show that he was bluffing, and make Germany more akin to agreeing to the transfer of the Leopard 2, a tank which overall is better suited to Ukraine's current needs and could be made available in a much higher number. Sending the Challengers to Ukraine was just a political move, and as much as that is unsatisfying, it is unfortunately the best Britain can hope to achieve in its current state. The British military budget is in absolute shambles. Though it is far from defenseless, it is in a position where it is forced to pick and choose what it does. Britain's defense plans require an extremely sophisticated and radar missile defense system, which it has, an exceptionally competent air force, which it kind of has, and an exceptionally powerful navy, which it almost has. But in land wars, Britain has assumed it would always be playing second fiddle to the US, there to support, not be the vanguard, at which point a first-rate tank fleet was just never required, when a second-rate would do the job just as well. As such, Britain now lacks the capability to produce new Challenger hulls or replacement
Wow, that's
barrels.
stabilization.
148 out of Britain's 227 Challengers will be upgraded to Challenger 3, and this will likely be the final modernization package of the hull. And thus, as eager as the T-Boos are for that final showdown between the Challenger and a Russian T-90, the one video that will be overplayed again and again and become the hallmark of British culture as much as images of Spitfires flying over Dover, it was becoming very apparent that, especially as American Abrams began arriving in Ukraine, it was never going to happen. Until now. The Sun was offered exclusive access to the division currently operating the Challenger 2 tanks, and the reviews from the Ukrainians are, well, they're interesting to say the least. For one, it gives us not only insight into how the Challengers are performing, but how the Ukrainian Western tank arm is performing as a whole, and some of the problems they face. It offers an explanation as to the somewhat lackluster performance we've seen so far. Now, the Sun is not exactly Britain's most prestigious newspaper. It's what we call a tabloid, a newspaper that focuses on sensationalism. In spite of being the largest paid newspaper in circulation in Britain, its clientele are, on average,
day in the life of a true Brexit geezer.
You know the type. Newspapers like The Sun are read backwards. They start with the sports news on the back, have a quick glance through the larger stories, and then throw it in the trash. In terms of the Ukrainian war, The Sun has almost exclusively farmed content by downloading videos from Twitter, slapping their watermark on the top, and then reposting it uncredited to their own YouTube channel, which, because they're a media news source, means that they can show pictures of explosions, gunfights, and corpses without getting flagged or demonetized by YouTube, allowing them to effectively steal content. YouTube. However, The Sun is owned by famous Dark Lord of the Sith, Rupert Murdoch, meaning it's one of the few British media sources not owned by a Russian oligarch. The journalist who did all this, Jerome Starkey, is a man who, in my opinion, is completely overqualified for the position of journalist with The Sun. Starkey is no stranger to war or war zones and has been involved in frontline reporting in just about every major or minor conflict since 2006. But he is most well known for his expose on the 2010 Gardes night raid, in which US Special Forces accidentally killed 5 innocent civilians, including 2 pregnant women and a teenage girl, and then attempted to cover it up. This inspired the Oscar-nominated film Dirty Wars. He's also been deported from numerous countries for his reporting on the atrocities and civilian massacres, which makes him, as far as I'm aware, more credible as a source than someone on Twitter. So let's go over what he found.
Starkey is overqualified to be a journalist at any paper. Yeah, anyone with integrity is well overqualified to be a journalist. Now, it's interesting he's saying this, because the stuff that I've read, which is not from the Sun, has talked about the great success of the Challenger 2 over other tanks, but it is talking overall, not necessarily tank v tank. It's talking overall. So that might be where some of the differences are here.
And the subject of how the Challengers are actually doing, now I know I have a little bit of an invested interest in this, but I am trying to stay neutral here, because really, the only major interesting thing is that the Ukrainians don't really reveal anything we didn't already know. They praise the gun for its accuracy and its ability to fire while moving, training on targets the size of dinner plates at ranges of 4.5 kilometers away, or 47.5 football fields to my American friends. They noted that this level of range and accuracy could not be achieved on Soviet models, which they put down to the laser rangefinder, which has the capability to track targets at about 10 kilometers away. They praised the armor, noting that the Challenger is capable of shrugging off hits that would ammo rack a Soviet tank, and though they avoided saying it directly, they seemed to act as if this knowledge had come from first-hand experience. But the biggest difference they noted was that Western tanks were built for their crews. They were more comfortable, they were better protected, they were built to a much higher standard and easier to maintain, noting that things that could take days to repair in a T-80 take mere hours in a Challenger. Now this is significant because the crews of these Challengers are not, as I originally believed, fresh-faced recruits, but it turns out they are in fact made up mostly of the former crews of T-80 tanks, one of the better tanks the Soviets ever produced, and many of them also have experience in T-64s and T-72s, and their experience in both these tanks gives us very valuable insight into the differences between the two. The better armor, the more powerful and accurate gun, the better ease of maintenance, as well as just being more comfortable of a tank to operate in. But these are things we already know. Any armor expert, even an enthusiastic hobbyist, can sit down and tell you that these are the main differences between Western and Soviet armor. The more telling differences come from when the Ukrainians are talking about the negatives, the things they don't like about the Challenger. The first thing I should point out is that the Ukrainians are about as eager to get that footage of them blowing up a Russian tank as I am to watch it, because honestly, if I ever do get footage of a Challenger 2 blowing up a T-90M, I'll just retire at that point. Nothing will ever be funnier. Heck, I'll pay for the advertising space to put that video up on one of those big Times Square style boards they've got in Piccadilly. What are you gonna do, Vatniks? Comment at me on Twitter? Oh no! F*** off. But the most significant problem they are having is that the Russian tankers are just not coming out to play. Instead, they will remain well outside firing ranges and not respond to attacks. Russian tanks do not want to get into combat with Western designs and will typically stay far out of range and only come into range if the battalion defending that position is also using Soviet-built models. Now this does make a lot of sense. Out of all the combat footage we've had, excluding the two Bradleys bullying a T-90, we've only had one proper tank-on-tank battle with Soviet and Western designs, which was a Leopard 2A6 taking pot shots at two T-80s. Russian tankers might be refusing to come fight simply because the Russians don't want footage like this leaking all over the internet, but it also makes more tactical sense. Look at the
Two Bradley. I know about the incident. Two Bradleys, but putting it that way, two Bradleys bullying a T-90. It says a lot about Russian tanks. So it says an incredible amount about Russian tanks.
the Russians credit for that. If you are in a Soviet-era tank, you do not want to have to fight something that was built to take down the specific tank you are in. Now, the Ukrainians did indicate the Russians do seem to fear Western designs, especially when they first started arriving, but this perceived idea that the Russians would leap out of their trenches and run at the sight of a horde of Western armor bearing down on them is what lost the Ukrainians that counter-offensive. The Ukrainians waited too long till significant amounts of that armor was available, and because they knew it was coming, because they had so much prep time, the Russians were dug in and well prepared, with a multi-layered minefield that had mines often stacked 3 or 4 on top of each other, which completely negated a lot of Ukraine's demining equipment, leading to images like this. The Russians also had considerable stockpiles of anti-armor weapons, including the much-feared Ka-52, which, even though Russia has lost a lot of them, and I do mean a lot of them, they still continue to be a problem. Effectively, Russia has finally realized that massive tank hordes no longer work, and it only took them to lose nearly 120% of their active pre-war tank fleet, that is over 2,800 tanks by the way, to finally realize this. And the big question is, has Ukraine realized this as well? A major complaint of the Ukrainian tankers was that their commanders just don't understand the differences between Soviet and Western tanks and the philosophies of battle which dictate their design. Their commanders are at heart Soviet trained, not Western trained. Yes, they have Western advisors, but those advisors are limited in their role, and there is something of a sense of disregard when you are being advised on how to use your country to fight Russians by someone who has never fought Russians in their life, when you have been fighting them for over a decade now, and we are seeing evidence of this on certain fronts. Tanks are operating independently without support. Now, this is not something any tank, for that matter, should be doing. The reason we got that footage of those Bradleys bullying that T-90 is because that T-90 was somewhere it should never have been. It was alone, it was cut off from support. The Ukrainians had been using Bradleys as fast response vehicles, so when a Russian offensive breached the front lines, that's what showed up. Had that T-90 been part of a squad of T-90s or had the correct support in place like is supposed to happen, those Bradleys would never have been so effective. This might be part of the reason why you are seeing Ukraine use tanks, especially in recent months with the Abrams, in the manner that they are, willing to take more risks with them, because if they lose one, the crew typically gets out and runs away, as opposed to get vaporized in a Soviet vehicle. But also because Bradleys can take down a Soviet-era tank, kind of, but will likely only disable it. The two that took down that T-90 were fighting for a very long time. They put themselves at considerable risk and ended up burning through most, if not all, of their ammo Ukraine doesn't have. So a tank showing up as part of a rapid response force helps alleviate that concern. If a tank is part of the Russian breakthrough, then you have a tank on your lines that can, well, deal with it without wasting half its ammo. But this kind of thing also attracts drones. Russia has invested a lot of resources into elite anti-drone units, as the loss of any of these tanks is a huge propaganda victory, and so far neither side have really any effective ways of dealing with suicide drones. This is roughly why you don't see much footage of these tanks in action. Like Ukraine, Russia is suffering a manpower and equipment shortage. It has to pick and choose where to dictate priority. It has assumed that wherever those Western tanks are is the place Ukraine is dedicating its priority, and its bots are constantly scouring through social media looking for any hint of where they might be. Ukraine doesn't want Russia to figure out where they are, so units with Western tanks, once they've seen enough action and the heat starts to build and Russia starts to figure out where they're seeing combat, they are rotated off the front line, so that when those elite anti-tank drone units do show up, they are left scouring an empty field. This is why the only footage we ever get from the Russian side of their drones blowing up Western tanks is when the tank is already stopped, abandoned, and with its hatches open. But Ukraine doesn't have ways of mass transporting these tanks around like we do, so they are often forced to travel those vast distances on their own power, which has led to mechanical issues as well as the tracks just being worn out. In spite of what the pro-Russian crowd loudly proclaim on Twitter, because when do they ever get anything wrong, the challengers have indeed seen combat. But because the Russian tanks refuse to come out to play, rather than tank-on-tank battles, which is far more exciting, what instead they've been doing is using these challengers to snipe at enemy fortifications, especially bunkers and fortified dugouts, at ranges of up to 3 miles away. Which is not as exciting as a tank-on-tank battle. You're shooting at distant targets with high explosives. No one cares about that, so that doesn't really get, the algorithm going, look at this exciting video, everyone doesn't notice. But anyway, this has been both a blessing and a curse with the Challenger. While the tank is very good at this sort of role, its weight has been a problem, with the tankers complaining that unless you keep the speed up, the tank will sink into the mud. Now, this is a known problem with the Challenger and has been for quite a while. It's about 64 tons, which doesn't make it particularly heavier than any other Western tank, but when fully loaded and with all its additional armor packages, it can top out at 83 tons. tons, which is getting into yak tiger territory. Now, the Ukrainians are not using those additional armor packages as seen on the Challengers in Iraq, opting instead for slat armor and cope cages, so we're maybe looking at the high end of maybe about 68 tons, which wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't for the tank's somewhat underpowered engine, which, though it makes it one of the fastest Western tanks there is, the flip side is that it doesn't have the torque to go from standing still to moving if, say, it's half buried in a ditch or halfway up a hill. Most of the time. It's terrain depending, okay? So occasionally, you do end up with scenes like this, which were proudly shared by the Vatniks, who don't get a lot of wins these days, so, you know, they're scraping the bottom of the barrels. That's fine. Just let them have their fun. They're over there. They're not really doing any harm. But the Ukrainians put stuff like this down to more driver rookie error, not the fault of the tank. They're being kind. They're being very kind. The flip side is, this has forced the Ukrainians to learn something that most Soviet tankers don't really train for, which is fire on the move. Now, that's not to say that Soviet tankers never trained to fire on the move. They did. They absolutely did. But sources on that kind of vary. For the sake of transparency, 3 former Soviet tankers I spoke to, a former Warsaw Pact T-72 commander I met at the Tank Museum, a former Soviet T-72 gunner living in America that I'm sort of pen pals with, and my ex-boyfriend who used to drive T-72s and later T-90s, all say different things in that respect. I suspect it's probably something being lost in translation. Soviet tankers were trained to fire on the move, it's just that to fire accurately, especially with the T-72, they had to slow to a crawl, whereas the Challenger 2 and other Western tanks will fire as accurately, moving at 25 miles per hour, than they will standing still. So it's more likely that the Ukrainians are just having to get used to the idea of firing on the move at speed, not, you know, move, slow down, fire, then speed up. Also, there is a disparaging difference between the experiences of someone who operated tanks in East Germany and drove Czech-built T-72s, someone who operated the original T-72 Ural in the 70s, and someone who was a conscript in the 2010s and claims they had to start a bonfire under the tank just to get the engine to start in winter. But this hasn't been the big...
Mud has been a curse to any human-made vehicle ever. True. And tanks in general are kind of notorious.
Biggest problem, because in spite of everything, Ukraine wants more Challengers. In spite of it being cumbersome and overweight, in spite of it just not being as technologically advanced as the newer Leopards, they love the damn thing. They want more, as many as we can give them. But this is just not something we can do. Out of the 14 Challenger 2s sent to Ukraine, only 7 are still active. 1 has been destroyed and the rest have either been damaged or suffered some sort of technical fault. Now, these can be put back into service, apart from the destroyed one, that one's but the supply of replacement parts from Britain is incredibly slow, and the Ukrainians never know when they're actually going to get any. This has been a problem Ukraine is having across the board. It's running low on these spare parts because we cannot produce enough for our own needs in peacetime, let alone the wartime needs of another nation. And keep in mind, Ukraine just needs spare parts for 13 tanks. But it's not just spare parts, it's ammunition, it's support systems, it's logistics. We can send Ukraine all the tanks they want. Unless the support for them is in place, then they are about as worthless as chocolate currency. Russia caught us with our pants down, and Ukraine is paying the price for it. And I want to briefly explain why this happened. The Soviet Union is over, and the overwhelming majority of people in this community never lived under its oppression or fear of its aggression. The Cold War is, to anyone under 40, especially in America and Western Europe, remembered exclusively in the scare tactics of the American propaganda machine, of the wars America fought out of the fear of communism, and of the ridiculous measures it took to defend itself, of the times we came...
Now, lack of production is disgusting. Yeah, well... As established, England really never planned on big ground war production, and now has the demand foisted on it without a means to do anything about it.
Fear of communism and of the ridiculous measures it took to defend itself, of the times we came so close to nuclear annihilation for...
Real Fire Gods, thank you very much for the follow. Very appreciated. Up to men across the board. Yeah, true. True. Most nations are... yeah. Aragorn Locksterman, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
What often seems like utterly stupid reasons.
Here we go again. Oh, like I'm at 2x. Thank you for the follow. I thought we were getting another YouTube flub, but that is Twitch. Hello and welcome. Thank you to the follow, everyone.
The fear of Russia and the idea that Russia is still our enemy is seen as a symptom of an outdated paranoia, the work of a propaganda machine, and nothing more. So if you told anyone prior to this war that Russia was a threat, you would be laughed out of the room. And that's exactly what happened when both Obama and Trump visited the EU to try and get it to take the Russian threat more seriously and stop relying on America for protection. Hi, me again. I'm probably giving Trump too much credit here. He really just reiterated Obama's original talking points, but did it in such an angry, childlike manner and was so rude to everyone at the conference that no one was really prepared to take him seriously, which probably didn't help. Let me explain something. I know this is a video about the Challenger, and we're 14 tangents deep at this point, but shut up, okay? At around the same time Putin was just getting into power, there was a meme circulating the internet called Meanwhile in Russia. Russians were just discovering the internet, and the images they were uploading to social media were pretty crazy. But the problem was, this viral sensation was portraying the Russians as a country of low IQ, impoverished rednecks. And so Russia, having the weakest and most fragile ego of all countries, began making huge efforts to try and backtrack this. First, they made their own version of the meme, which showed Russians being more badass than dumbass, often featuring scantily clad women. Next, they tried cute little stories of all the amazing things Russia has done and all the inventions it claims ownership of. And then finally came the Russia Strunk meme, where viral videos like this were showcased. And at the same time, there was a rush of history books, all told from the Russian perspective, that were quickly translated into English and sold at American bookstores, along with DVDs of state-funded World War II documentaries and films, some of which were so erroneous they're almost comedy. Included in this was sales of replicas, uniforms, medals, and other accessories. Members of the tank hobbyist crowd, especially modelers and tabletop wargamers, were the primary target, as well as airsofters and reenactors who were offered anything from authentic Russian ration packs to replica guns to complete the illusion. Even games like War Thunder and World of Tanks were funded and offered unprecedented access to historical vehicles so that they could be accurately recreated in-game for the players. If you developed a love for Soviet vehicles and or the Soviet...
I don't know, as I could tell you, rednecks can do some pretty impressive stuff. Yeah. Also, I don't know about War Thunder, but on the World of Tanks side, Wargaming picked up and left when this war started. So, they weren't bought, in spite of everything.
Recreated in-game for the players. If you developed a love for Soviet vehicles and or the Soviet aesthetic between the years of 2009 and 2014, this was probably why. The minds behind this campaign would go on to found the Internet Research Agency, a government-funded organization run by Brzogan, former leader of the Wagner PMC, well, until his plane fell out of the sky. An organization which used mass fake accounts known as bots to try and manipulate the public opinion in the West. Remember that big Ebola scare back in 2014? That was them. They are suspected to be behind a lot of the early support for the candidacy of Donald Trump, as well as interference in the Brexit campaign. I'm working on a different video about that and have been since January. It's ballooned into a far more complicated topic than I thought it would be, and I've had to ask for help, hence why I'm being so slow in uploads recently. I apologize for that. But if you're watching this in the future and that video's already been published, then you're fine. You know, you just go watch that. Please. Keep the algorithm liking me. I need the money. Wine is expensive, okay? But the long and short of it is, no one in this day and age really saw Russia as a threat. Anyone who did was hand-waved away as an aged paranoid. So military spending gradually became a taboo subject. The budget of the army was seen as inflated and pointless, with money better spent on education and hospitals, and who could blame them? The Cold War was over. We don't need giant standing armies and armadas of nukes anymore. So gradually, we disarmed. The new enemy was terrorists, not communism, and any nation that supported terrorists would be very easily swept aside with just what we could maintain with peacetime production. The idea that we could step up to wartime production if needed was there, but no active measures were actually taken to implement this. The idea of global warfare in our lifetime was a ridiculous notion, stupid even. In Europe, this became especially true because, well, you don't need a huge military budget to protect America's flank from an enemy whose great armored fist is a 50 cal welded to a Toyota Hilux. As a result, Challenger 2 and the projects like it were never seen as being required to do anything more than take on hordes of outdated export models of T-55s and T-72s run by whatever despot dictator America was mad at today. Artillery and ammo production was only there to fill stockpiles, many of which were being seen as unnecessary, and weapon systems development was funded almost entirely by the export market. NATO war planners did not plan for any kind of attrition-based warfare. It was just assumed that the threat from Russia was long over and that China was America's problem, so everyone could just relax and free up some much-needed capital from their over-bloated military budgets. And so long as Putin's oligarchs were throwing money around and living the high life in Europe, then no one was none the wiser. When Eastern Europe told us this was a trick, we ignored them. When former KGB members and Yeltsin's elite fled Russia and warned us insurmountably that this was all a trick, we ignored them. Our weakness was greed, and now Britain cannot maintain a wartime fleet of just 14 tanks. Its own domestic fleet is still living on the scrapped remains of the previous fleet, when Britain reduced its tank numbers from 387 to 227 in 2010, under then Prime Minister David Cameron, who allegedly received some of the biggest gains from the Russian oligarch donations. Coincidentally, he would also preside over the decommissioning of HMS Illustrious and Ark Royale, leaving Britain with no carrier fleet, as well as the forced retirement of all the remaining Harriers, leaving Britain with no naval air arm, the delay of Britain's replacement of its aging nuclear submarine fleet, the decommissioning of the Type 22 frigate, and the overall reduction of the size of the Royal Navy, including the loss of 5,000 personnel, the watering down of the capabilities of the Type 45 destroyer, and the retirement of the Nimrod, which left Britain with no anti-submarine defence, the withdrawal of all 20,000 British troops from bases in Germany, the retirement of the C-130 fleet, the retirement of the Tornado, and the attempted cancellation of one of the newer carriers Britain was building at the time. But I'm sure that was all just a coincidence. This man is currently the Foreign Secretary.
The Hilux was an elite version, by the by. Gives the impression you're either a vet person or something else combined with the gun knowledge. Which one? Lazerpig? Yeah, that's a tad sketchy.
The major problem with the Ukraine situation is that while the Republicans are doing everything to delay American aid to Ukraine, Europe has been forced to step up. It has been confronted with a new reality where the idea that America will steamroll in to save the day is now no longer a guarantee, and for once it can no longer afford to be complacent. It is no longer the support element, it is the vanguard. Yes, it's me, ya boy, post-production Lazerpig, back at it again with another interruption. Okay, at the time of writing and recording, this was all still true. The absolute second I upload the first draft of this video to YouTube, the Republicans suddenly grow a pair and the bill to supply further aid to Ukraine is pushed through in what must be record time. I guess that's the one thing that can always truly unite Americans, dotting on the Europeans. And that's the problem. Europe simply cannot provide everything it needs, plus everything Ukraine needs. And so far, no one has been willing to sacrifice their own defense to supplement Ukraine's. It took Europe a full year to produce the shells that Ukraine fired in little over a month. And that's just artillery shells. Things get much worse when you consider small arms ammunition as well as ammunition for aircraft, helicopters, MLRS systems, cruise missiles, etc., etc. Europe just simply isn't making enough of it, and Ukraine has been forced to look further afield to places like Japan and South Korea to meet its needs. And this is why tanks like the Challenger have become so important. That ability to snipe at reinforced dug-in targets from up to 3 miles away means these tanks are now filling the role of artillery, and their ability to do this on the move lessens the capability for Russia to target them with things like drones or with missile systems like the Kornet, the system which supposedly destroyed the first Challenger 2, according to some guy on Twitter. And of course, r/tank porn. This is what counts as a credible source now according to Wikipedia, that famed pillar of informed commentary and intellectual debate, Reddit. Sorry, not just sourced, copied word for word. This is why your teacher slaps you down for citing Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is now referencing Redditors as a source.
Yeah.
What a time to be alive. But since I have been a bit of a Debbie Downer this video, I'm going to leave you on a more positive note. Last year, Germany supplied
Britain downgrading its army is possibly rational. Downgrading its navy, on the other hand, and air force. Yeah. Queen of the seas no more.
Debbie Downer this video, I'm going to leave you on a more positive note. Last year, Germany supplied 40,000 artillery shells to Ukraine. This year, it will supply 350,000. Since the war began, Europe has upped its ammo production by about 40%, and new factories and lines are still coming online. In fact, there's a massive new factory being built in Australia just to produce HIMARS ammo. By the end of this year, Europe alone will be producing just over 2 million shells. And while it's nothing compared to the nearly 4 to 5 million that Russia will be producing, keep in mind that Russia fires 7 shells for every 1 that Ukraine fires back. Russia is still heavily reliant on towed artillery pieces. These are effective, but heavy and difficult to move, and shoot and scoot tactics is just not something the Russians regularly trained for. Ukraine, on the other hand, has a greater number of these highly accurate SPG systems at their disposal. These can rapid fire at multiple targets and then move quickly in a little under 2 minutes. Before they were forced to start being conservative with their ammo, Ukraine was winning the counter-battery war. Russia started this war with 14,600 towed artillery pieces in storage, now has just over 6,000 left according to Covert Cabal, who counted the pieces they could see via satellite images. But according to the Royal United Services Institute, many of those are not in particularly good condition and may even date from the Second or First World War, and in fact they have closer to about 4,000 serviceable artillery pieces. And as more artillery shells arrive and Ukraine can restart its counter-battery operations, Russia may have to finally start being more conservative with its artillery usage, and this will significantly weaken their capabilities. They've already had to start relying more heavily on their air force, which has caused a considerable number of airframe losses in recent months. And though they are producing more planes than they lose each year, it's not airframes they are running low on, it's pilots. Russia is gradually running out of everything. Its inheritance from the Soviet Union has been depleted faster than expected, and its domestic manufacturing capability is struggling to keep up with orders. It has had to buy in shells and drones from Iran and North Korea. That should be an indication of how everything is going for them. If you're looking at the current state of the Ukraine war and watching with utter disbelief as Russian troops charge across no man's land in golf carts and bicycles and a garden shed in what appears to be something resembling suicidal human wave tactics, this is why. It's not poor planning or because Russian generals are drinking their own weight in vodka each day, it's desperation. Europe is rebuilding its armed forces. All the influence Putin had over Britain and the EU to stop or delay that has pretty much evaporated, and by the end of this year, all the work done to weaken Europe over the past 2 decades will be completely undone. Putin is running out of time, and he knows it. He needs to end this war before Europe and America get their shit sorted out and supplies start arriving in force. 33 replacement Leopards have already been earmarked. 60 F-16s will come from Europe alone, along with millions of dollars worth of anti-air, radar, and demining equipment. Freedom called, and it was Europe that answered the phone. And though the Challenger was just a political move and the real heroes would always be the Leopards or the Abrams, which had shorter supply lines from Poland and Germany and would always be available in higher numbers, the Challenger has been effective. It's doing its job, and it's doing it well, and it's earned the respect of its Ukrainian crews. And if this is to be Britain's last moment of significance in military history, it is at least proud that its last great huzzah was the defiant roar of cannon fire, and not the whimpering of spineless politicians.
Oh, so, yeah, that's something that I've said in a lot of discussions there, what he was getting to there. Even if, and I'm not saying anything about what we should or shouldn't do, nothing about that. I'm not getting involved. Even if all support for Ukraine was gone now, Russia has already lost. Their military has been crippled and they have been embarrassed on the world stage. and any other nation that they choose to invade afterwards is going to dig in and fight to the death because they know Russia cannot pull another invasion off the way they have with Ukraine. It's just done. It's over. Now, I'm not saying what we should or shouldn't do or if it's good to just sacrifice Ukraine to history. Nothing like that. All I'm saying is, tactically, Russia has already lost this war. It doesn't matter if they quote-unquote win. They have lost, and it's over. And they're just continuing to dump resources in at this point out of ego. What have I missed? Up to, honestly, it's pretty interesting and more educational than Brainwash. Oh, this, very much so. Side note, I want to see Zydo and GunTube get together and use medieval hand cannons. I would love to go to a GunTube get together. They are drinking their own weight in vodka. It's just not the reason for the tactics. Yep. As we get some, get some feels on that. He does. So anyone but Mongolia tried to take some of Russia. They couldn't. Mongolia has been building up its military because they've been cooperating with India. To take a piece out of China. So they could probably take a piece out of Russia. China has actually talked about taking a piece out of Russia. The last, you know how they periodically redraw their maps? Their latest maps have shown pieces of Russia now as China. Yeah, Mongolia is unhappy about China, so they've been building up their military and cooperating with India's, what is it, Necklace of Diamonds? Something like that. Yes. Do you watch Anna Marchi Histories videos? I do not. I'm open to suggestions. You can also do media share on Tangia. No, I thought String of Pearls was the Chinese one. Because you got the Chinese effort to create necklace, and then India has decided to create their own necklace in counter to China. China be a little thirsty in a way that makes everyone uncomfortable. Look, when India is defending their old arch enemies from China, you know you're you're in trouble. I'm gonna check that real quick. I'm pretty sure it's a necklace. Yep, it's the necklace of diamonds. China has the string of pearls. Not England. India has the necklace of diamonds. Whew, that was 2 hours of reaction. Holy crap. All right. I'm going to take a short break, and then we're going to start getting set for Star Citizen for the remainder tonight. This is going to be a whole thing. For those of you who haven't been here for my Star Citizen streams, I really like Star Citizen. I love playing Star Citizen. Streaming Star Citizen never ends well. But it's Invictus launch week. I'm going to try anyways. India would be a world power if they could just get the caste system and smaller princedom sort. True. Yeah, I got enough. I'm going to try. We're going to see what happens. Starting with 2 hours of reaction has helped with my energy levels. Those of you who are also new here, I am recovering from being sick. I'm feeling less sick, more just tired, but still there. And doing everything I can to keep my energy up, which means I'm coming back with more caffeine. Yeah, if we can't get Star Citizen working, we'll watch the other video. Otherwise, Star Citizen. I will be back. I return. Alright. Not pictured. Zion a caffeine IV drip. Oh, isn't that the truth? Alright, I've got to take a sec to get my chair set up. Because I have a whole battle station that I built and assembled for this. Because Star Citizen's potential control setups are insane, and I personally, without question, fly a whole lot better using a flight control. I don't have a real flight chair, I built something. And I fly better using real flight controls than mouse and keyboard or a gamepad. So I've got 2 sticks, a thrust, and then a wireless keyboard and mouse. And more caffeine. Oh, and cheap foot pedals. They're not like the nice gradiated ones. They're basically just 3 keys. So, get this tightened up. Turn on my wireless. It is technically awesome. It is technically awesome, but realistically sketchy. Extremely sketchy. If it does, yeah, I did in about 80 bucks what typically costs people like a minimum of $300 to put together. I need to add Star Citizen to OBS because I forgot that I had changed all this stuff. And actually, before we get into the persistent universe, I think I'm going to try a little bit of flying. Because I haven't actually used master modes yet. Like, at all. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is go into the arena. We're not going to fight a full round. Oh, right. We may have lag problems. Oh wait, did that select the lightning? We may have lag problems because Star Citizen doesn't like this. Zai, why does the $220 get get those falls. Safety, reliability, not accidentally take control of low-flying aircraft on autopilot. Also, not having to boat yourself into the seat. I have to install myself into the chair. This will also be a good test on if I have to reduce any of the graphics to make this thing run the way it's supposed to.
Vandal Swarm initiated.
Anvil Aerospace. All systems online.
Warning. There are multiple hostiles inbound.
Bogey.
Missed me. My turn.
Shields hit. Target destroyed.
Okay, that's splash 1. Problem is, I'm not playing in full screen, which means seeing some of this is hard. I'm just going on instinct at the moment. Okay. Splash 2.
There are multiple hostiles inbound.
Bogey.
Oh, the waves now come without waiting for you. Good, good, good. I see you. Yeah, let's pull off decoupled. That should help. There you go. There you are. No, that's not you. Well, you're my new target, so you're gonna die anyways. Okay, so far, new master mode, not too bad. There's not a whole lot of change here. Besides, a lot of the icons got smaller.
Bogey.
Warning. There are multiple hostiles inbound.
And now the waves come whether or not you're done with them. Oh, that is a bit concerning. Well, all right, I've completely lost my target.
Bogey.
I'm shooting this guy.
Bogey. 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 Shields hit. Bogey.
Come on, go down.
Destroyed. Bogey.
Okay. Do not ram the station again this time. Yeah. Who's winning? I think they are. Zaya's not dead yet and hasn't done more damage to his eyes as enemies
Bogey.
point Zai. Feeling a touch more. Oh yeah, I get you might be right, but it also might just be because I'm flying in a lightning.
Warning. There are multiple hostiles inbound.
Bogey.
Which is the ultimate in heavy fighters.
Bogey. Bogey.
I'm gonna stop soon so we can like do bounty hunter for
Bogey.
yeah.
Bogey.
Immortal Words of the Bard shoot faster. I think I'm gonna call it. It seems like it runs pretty decently smooth for what I need it to do for streaming. And the switch to master modes hasn't completely killed my muscle memory. So I'm gonna call that good, and we're actually gonna get to the game. I got a couple kills. I'm good. Welcome to the rest of the game, playing with the new character creator. Body... Oh, okay, okay. I was hoping for more variety. Less freckles, less sunspots, eye color. We gotta get good purple or gold in here. No, because it's definitely going more realistic. Yeah, Zion character creator mode will take a few. And I've never used this before. I didn't go into... I was able to go into the tests. I did not go into the tests. Because I wanted to be... I wanted to try this when it was... when it was a little bit more refined. Commander Dread, welcome! I want to try this after I'd been refined a little bit. Also, Star Citizen takes a lot of time. and I've been very busy. You have direct drag controls on your face. This could go well, or this can go Mario 64. Perfect time for up to get a drink, cook dinner, sleep, and come back in time for him to start the game. Oh my gosh. This is just a whole thing. Holy crap. Yeah, let's lock skin tone. I think we're good there. Should I come back tomorrow morning, even if it's 6 a.m.? I don't know. A little wide-eyed there, but I do like the... I normally go female because of the pretty. I wonder if we can do something similar, though, with this new look. Is there a no beard? Can we get rid of the beard? Hair dye, eyebrows, facial hair. Spring Bonnie, thank you for the follow. Very appreciated. Actually, first let's check to see if there's any good looking. Okay, we've got a ponytail. That may be it for us. Male or female, we may have sold it with the ponytail already, one way or another. And again, I'm looking at this in a small corner of my screen. I'm reaching the point where I might just say, screw it. I need to get a streaming computer to be able to manage all this. You know, have one that runs the game and one that runs all the streaming stuff, as like most streamers do. Okay, we're going with the ponytail. It's not the best ponytail I've seen. Also, we're getting Skyrim Fallout 4 levels of character creation, but turn up to 11,000. Control points are actually really good for this sort of creator. The devs did a pretty good job on this. Oh yeah, and that's something a lot of people don't realize, is that Star Citizen is just building stuff from the bottom up from scratch, and how they intend to, Spring Bonnie on YouTube, thank you and welcome again. The follows are very, very appreciated. Anyways, and the intent is to help fund the game by selling the technology that they have developed for this game. I'm not a fan of the... still having the 5 o'clock shadow. We might end up switching back to female just because. You know me. I like to be a pretty character, as my avatar should be telling you. I do like that they added the ponytail, even if it's not the best I've seen. Yeah, we're switching female. Okay, and they kept the ponytail for us. Thank you. Your avatar is indeed amazing. Thank you. Very appreciated. Alright. Man, this control setup for the character creation is wild. Save up those points to spend bot tricks to make it more amazing. Oh boy. Hold it. We had it a second ago. Not quite. There we go. What is this gonna... Oh, okay. Wow, that looks wild watching it shift like that. Okay, maybe I'm not great with some of these, so this is going to be very interesting. Oh, okay, whoa, yeah, there is some uncanny valley with the shifts here. Yeah, This is wild. I have no idea what I'm doing with this. I got used to the old blend shape one option, and now they just went in a very different direction. I guess you can still do some blending. You guys are gonna have to tell me, because when I look at this stuff long enough, my sense of what does and doesn't look right just goes way gone. There we go. There we sort of got my blonde purplish look. Notice that games that have character creators tend to do a bit better, but not a lot, than games without. Probably because people are happier with their characters as a result. Yep. And the more options you give in a character creator as well, okay, not worrying about beard. I don't know. Maybe we should do this the other way around. Go like that. Yeah, main blonde and then purple out. Zazair sculptor mode. Kids get with Play-Doh, real, unreal, nothing matters but the sculptor. Yeah, I feel like if I keep playing with the face, she's just gonna end up... I think we got her looking good. If I play with the face too much, we may end up really uncanny. Okay, what are we doing with eyes? Oh! Hold on. Man, this game did not used to give us any kind of like... Wait, what's happening? Why do I have 3 points? Holy crap, why do I have 3 points? No, how do we undo that? How do we undo that? But how do I change it? Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. It's for the 3 different places. So I can do the really dark winged. I can give it a shadow. Just a hint of my cyberpunk purple color. I got you now. I see what I'm picking up what you're putting down. That's why I like Cyberpunk 2077, because the character is pretty comprehensive and you can always change options later. I'm always that person where once I learn a character creator, I wish it had more. I'm that guy. Eyes, lips are probably fine. Cheeks are also probably fine. So this is a lot shorter than normal, but mostly because she looks fairly normal, and I am terrified to screw that up. We are going to play the tutorial. So way shorter than normal, but again, only because I am terrified to screw things up. Where do we want to do our tutorial in? Lorville, Orison, Area 18, or New Babbage? Where's Invictus being held? Looking this up real quick. Invictus launch week. 2954. God look to my gracious spark. I better stop here because I think I'm going to screw it up if I overtweak it. Yep, that is exactly what's happening, because normally I'll spend forever in creation mode. I don't want to screw it up. come on. I'm checking on my phone, so I have a little bit more limited view. Where is the event? Please. Welcome the Naval Fleet back to Stanton. Day 1 is Robert Space Industries, Origin Jump Works, Consolidated Outland, Argo Aeronautics. It's a different combination. No, I don't want to log in. Tell me where Invictus is. Chat, could someone please tell me where Invictus is? Like I said, I'm scrolling on my phone right now to try to find about Invictus Launch Week 2954. City of Area 18. Okay. Bevitt Convention Center. Okay, we will not be doing Area 18 then. I think we're gonna do Orison as our tutorial area then. You don't want to start on the planet where Invictus is, or where any of the conventions are, because like everyone's gonna be there and it's gonna be lagged out while the game's trying to boot up for the first time. I've also now realized the character creators are perfect for people struggling with identity issues, reaffirming my thoughts that I am struggling with those same identity issues. Yay, positive identity crisis. Yay, I think. Server location best, play game. Location will become your primary, yeah. Orison's a good place to have as home. No, I guess technically Area 18 is a really good jump out and... No, we're doing Orison. Oh, first time startup after a major update. Oh boy, here we go. Located high above the clouds, Orison is built upon a military-constructed latticework of inhabitable floating platforms, which Crusader Industries uses to manufacture their large-scale ships. The shipyards themselves are famously beautiful and have made Orison a prime tourist destination for the Stanton system. Zai, possessing cat-like urge to never be satisfied with where they are. To angels to transcribe in the Bible. Maybe you should simplify that some. Yeah, I just thought, because Area 18 is generally a really good starting point for people. I know that New Babbage is often the recommended place. I prefer to recommend Area 18 because some of the shops that you need as a new person are like right when you walk out of your hab. Either way, it can be a little bit confusing getting to the ship, so it's like take the one where the guns and ammo store is right outside your door. It's more, yay, I'm slowly confirming that I was born different than what I am currently and I'm now quickly realizing. Okay. But yeah, I personally like Orison because I spent a lot of time around Crusader. I'm from the days when Port Olisar was the only place we had. Rest in peace. And so I tend to like to stick around Crusader. So too, that's what's growing up in Ohio just to you. Oh boy. I just thought of something. I am bolted into my chair. and I'm almost out of caffeine. And I'm going to need more. Oh no. Oh no. Kamir did not think this through. Yeah, the tiny mini fridge is like right there. Maybe if I move my keyboard. I pray peace. And can I reach? I can. Fresh can acquired. Haha. Does any of us live near him? Do we need to organize a wellness check? Okay, crisis averted. I can just barely reach it with 2 fingers. And I have enough grip strength with two fingers to comfortably and safely lift a can out of the refrigerator. Could technically get to him in a day if I need be. That's true. Yeah, I will, since I have 2 Star Citizen accounts because of streaming and stuff, I will probably spend a lot more time playing with the character creator on the other one. Don't ask how upset the cops will be. I should... I have it. I have it! I should have put my invite code up. Haha! I still have it saved. I don't have a good place for it. There we go. My invite code. Use it to sign up for Star Citizen and you will get free goodies. I think I don't know if they're doing like a current special event thing. I know you get 5,000 credits extra starting cash. I'm sad because Canada gun laws suck. I know it's not conversationally important, but well, it was conversationally important a while ago. Enjoy Diet Soviet Union. You have my sympathy. Or I guess Diet Cuba. You know, I know people go on about sugar a lot. Since I switched to all sugar Pepsi, my energy rush and crashes have really smoothed out relative to normal Pepsi. Now because it has to build all the shaders from scratch the first time you come in, after not playing for forever, it does take a little bit of startup. And admittedly, Orison might not have been the best choice when it comes to that. But I like Orison. Because chemicals are so much worse for you than sugar can ever hope to be. Okay, that's fair. Okay, press F1 to select your mobiles from the bottom row of icons. Why are you not... Oh, that's why. Uh-oh. Ah, crap. This keyboard I have has Android controls. Do you at least live in a cool part of Canada? Ah, crap. Keyboard has Android controls on it. I made a mistake. Alright, can I quickly and conveniently get rid of that? Cancel. Crap, I have to... I might have a solution that doesn't involve getting out of the chair. We get to continue to be really sketchy here. Speaking of, how do you get unbolted from the chair? I reach down and undo the bolts. Okay. For now, I have to use the function button to use the F keys. That's gonna get annoying. I have to fix that. Crap, what was the other half of the instructions? Also, holy crap, look at the new Mobi-Glass. I love this. I saw a prototype of this, but it's really changed. This person's heart is a little bit healthier than mine, but I have better endurance, unless they fix that. What game is this, guys? Star Citizen! You can use the code above chat to sign up and get 5,000 credits free starting cash in addition to whatever your actual starting cash is. Yeah, this is great. I like this. I can't remember what I was doing now. Okay, well, I guess that's it for that, so use F for interaction mode. Okay, I'm assuming you want me to... Oh, I really like the new interaction mode. You having sponsors is always a surprise to me. I don't have a sponsor. Everyone who plays Star Citizen gets an invite code. I'm not sponsored to play the game. I wish I was. CIG, sponsor me. Please, I'm begging you. I just realized I have a mini-map. I am so happy right now. We've been begging for a mini-map for forever. Minimap makes me happy. I'm gonna have a space burrito. It's like a burrito, but with more space. Side tries to sell the game I was on even without being bribed. Yeah. Now, if Star Citizen, if CIG wanted to bribe me to play this game, I would be so freaking happy. I would love a partnership with CIG. Also on the topic of sugar cubbles, if you live, okay, that's chat talking to chat. Helmet. Alright, I'm gonna try something here. Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't expect to see a mini-map because of how long it's been that we've been begging for one and haven't gotten it. I knew a mini-map was eventually planned, but it just kept not happening. Alright, now... Here, I think I have a better solution for controls. Here we go. Let's see how this does. the helmet in your hand, and you have highlighted, hold F. Okay. I like these updates. These updates are nice. I approve of these updates. CIG, you did good. I'm just looking around to see what else is here. Sometimes there's little extras in here. Yeah, this is PC only. When they tested it on an Xbox build, the Xbox kinda melted. They have to have optimized this. This game does not run this good when I'm streaming. I like the little default thing to let you know what you're gonna do. That didn't used to be there, so it used to be like, it used to do some weird things as default. Yeah, this game has killed Xboxes in testing, so they just gave up and and focused on PC. Alright, where do you want me to actually go? Oh, go to the area map. Did they add an area map to this place? I don't think there used to be an area map here. There's an Elroy's for snacks. Which, as you just saw, you do need to actually eat in this game. Up to heard rumors that the melting was cover for what really happened. Consoles was so tortured, they came to life. That would be really funny. Okay, yeah, there's definitely not a map out here. There is an information kiosk. The map is probably around this way. Yeah, we're not getting great frame rates, but but in terms of lagging, you know, we're getting a little bits of lag. Oh, do you mean the Skyway map, or do you mean something else? No? Probably not. Partly. The Xbox architecture had some speed arounds that didn't conform to the PC optimizations and, well, shorted some of the hardware. Yeah, we're getting some issues as it continues to build the shaders. Plus, like I said, this game just does not like... This does not like streaming, but, at least for me, but it is working great so far. Does this have the map?
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
It does. Kind of wish they would remaster Metal Gear Rising Revenge for new consoles.
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
That would be good. I am so glad they added maps to this. This makes me so happy. I cannot begin to describe how happy this makes me. That is not what it wants me to do. I don't know where it wants me to find an area map. Because it doesn't mean the Mobiglass. And it doesn't mean the Skyway map. Yeah, anyone who watched me try to stream this before knows that this is amazing good quality for a first startup relative to normal. Thank you. I guess we'll head over here to see if there's a map over here that they've added. Yeah, last time GPU tried to murder him in his sleep. Okay, well, there's another Skyway map. I doubt that this is what it wants me to do, though. Also, Orson in general is not usually stream friendly. I don't know why I did this. Nope, no area maps here. It goes bad to that I make poor decisions thing you keep bringing up. Yeah. No, of course you don't have maps. Why would you have maps? It's not like you're a convenience store. You're supposed to sell conveniences. Does the Space Whale have a map? The Space Whale might have a map. Yeah, my graphics might still be turned up onto Ultra. So for us, getting this many frames in Orison, the most demanding of the landing areas, on first startup when it has to draw all the shaders, we're doing great. We're doing great right now. Okay, Star Whale does not have a map. Hey, CIG, you might want to do something about your tutorial, but still please sponsor me. I missed that they have flying Polarises. Holy crap. I have a token for the Polaris at the original price. Holy smokes. Also, how much of a nerd I am? I heard Space Whale and wasn't remotely surprised. It's just like a whale, but with more space. And there are now animals in this game. So, you know, you can now find ways to get eaten. Okay, it says to go to the green circle lobby. I'm assuming there's a map there we just haven't seen. I mean, I could just run and do my own thing, but I wanted to do the tutorial to get refamiliarized and do it right, like from scratch. Also, by creatures, we do include Xena. Oh yes, there are things that I have seen that there are things that will eat you now in this game. So that's not a joke. There is legitimate threat of being eaten.
Hello.
I don't know why I always think it's Mick Elroy's. They're just Elroy's. You can place pins! CIG, you're doing it right. Go to the haunted station. Want to see if they've added those spider horrors in. Oh. They probably have. Alright, I have no idea where it wants me to view the area map. Because unless I'm checking on my Mobiglass, which I just did, I don't know what the tutorial is saying is an area map, and we may have an issue.
Welcome. There are terminals right over there.
Yeah, because the area map is literally right outside the hotel on Area 18. Which is where I do normally set up shop. At least for the tutorial. But that is clearly not it. I'm gonna go check the shuttle bays again. The place is very pretty, especially during the day. CIG, please, we need more markers. I'm begging you. This is the only map I know of here. Uh-oh. Yeah, because we're at Cloud View.
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
I quite literally am at a loss is what I'm supposed to do. And I don't know how to just bug out of the tutorial and say, screw it, I'm going to go off of memory. And play the game how you do after the tutorial. There is a hints toggle in the menu now. You may want to turn that on for this. I do have the hints toggle on. I will double check, but I'm pretty sure I have the hints toggle on. Hints, yes. Show hints, yes. Yeah, we're in trouble. CIG, where'd you put the map? Is it? Oh boy. Wait. Nope. I looked at a few sources quickly. One of them said pressing F2 might help, but then again, it's the internet, so... Well, F2 is just not doing anything. Press on the real keyboard? Nope, not doing anything. View the area map. Oh. First part behind you. Well done. Well, it's okay. We're going... Okay, it's saying go to Kel 2, so I guess that's where we're going. I guess I missed something there, hopefully. Hopefully. Please, maybe. Well, it seems as though my Star Citizen streamer luck continues to go. I just don't... Things just don't work when I try. All right. It says to go here.
Hi, welcome to the store.
Convenience store. We now sell guns, but not maps.
The terminal over there has a few more items than what's on display.
Problem is we have no idea if it's an in-game event. Haven't figured out the control or something. Yeah. Because, like, I should have just gone with Area 18. Because I know there's an area map right outside the hotel. Nope.
Hey, back again, I see. Welcome.
I should have just done Area 18. But no, I had to be different. Oh yeah, Area 18 looks awesome. Does the trade division have maps? Of course not. Why would they have maps? All right, Google. Which I should have probably done a while ago. Orison area map. Tutorial. No, no, no. Ah. Yeah, I think we might be stuck. The fact that Google now lists flights in and out of Orison has me wondering a few things. All right. We are just going to ask.
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
I hope someone notices and answers. Actually, I might have an idea. It's not a great idea, but I'm gonna try it. We have in fact achieved something relative to other times I've tried to stream Star Citizen though. The game has not in fact crashed yet. Yeah, I know. Well, I was hoping there might be a map out here. Nope, everyone's just talking about CPUs and stuff. Open door exit cab. Done. Take elevator to Green Circle lobby. Check. We are in the lobby. View area map. The only thing I could think of is to check this. I don't know how he did that. We are way too zoomed out. I'm going the wrong way. Here we go. Yeah, see, there is no mark for the map. Applies. Yeah, it implies it's in the lobby. I don't see it in the lobby. Nope. If I was gonna stick a map somewhere, I'd probably put it in front of this and completely ruin the look of the whole place. So this is just gonna turn into Star Citizen, the quest for the map. Because I can't get out of the tutorial phase now if I can't find the map.
Welcome.
Can I ask you where the map is?
Right out. Is there something I can do for you?
You can give me a map. I'm more than probably wrong about this, but try zooming all the way in on your menu map. We should be in space by now. Ah. Hold on. We are on Orison. Also sometimes pronounced Horizon. Okay, F2 should actually bring up the map. But it's not. That is probably the problem. Nope, that is not what I want to do. Yeah, that's what I'm... Alright, is something going on with my controls? Is that the problem? Okay, so it's not the keybind. It's the map itself function is glitched. Goody. And like I said, the reason I'm stuck on this is because I don't know how to get out of the tutorial phase, and it locks most of my stuff until I do get out of the tutorial phase. So this is a standard Star Citizen stream, sadly, for me. I want to play the game so bad, but I guess I just can't. Also, the game may have just crashed. Which is also like, okay, we get... No! Holy crap, we haven't hit bingo yet. I'm going to set it back to F2. Where? Where was it? Yeah, it's been a lot better, and we still haven't crashed, which is like a miracle. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm already set to Orison. We're skipping the tutorial. Unless... Is it going to let me change? It's not going to let me change. We're skipping the tutorial. We are skipping the tutorial. I hope we're not back to the tutorial quest at least. For the like last 30 minutes of tonight. If we are, I might just do Arena Commander, just so we have some action. Oh, hey, news. The last act of Arcane is going to be to give Redfall the offline mode it should have shipped with. Oh crap, are you kidding me? Thank you for the lemon blue kitty. Okay, we do not, in fact, have a tutorial quest anymore. Yay, I think. Which means for the last little bit of our stream, we can actually try to make it to the Invictus showroom. Now, it is starting to be a little bit laggy here, but... Now, I don't just mean the low frame rate. I mean, I can actually feel the reaction time being a little slower. No! Just missed up. Please load. Well, I mean, I guess I can jump on the wing at least.
Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
Oh, now F2 for the map works. That was probably the problem. It probably did want me to use F2 to launch the map, and that was the issue. Nope, I am not in a position to do any incursions right now. Thank you for the lemon, Rippy. I think I know a reassignment I want to try. And thank you for the... Holy smokes, on fire, Blue Kitty. We do, in fact, have map. But I'm also out of the tutorial, so it no longer matters.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Why does it say it's negative 21? We're in a spaceport. Please?
Providing connections to all major platforms, Crusader Industries is happy to offer free and convenient transit.
Swear I can hear the ghost of my PS4 Pro's fans screaming because of lack of experience.
The next shuttle is approaching.
Yeah, because I have a good machine. It's not... I've said this before. It's not top shelf, but it is a good desktop. And I am rocking a 40 series. Though not the 4090. For those of you who don't have a fleet of ships, you can rent them here for really cheap. So if you just have an Aurora, you're not stuck with it. There's the hammers.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Alright, right, they give us a ton of free ships for this. This is not the fleet I have, because they give us a bunch of free ones too. Let's take the Defender, because it's fun. And it's weird and it's alien. Also, it is giant fuel tank, so I don't need to worry about... Oh no, running out of fuel on my way there. This is what I have to look forward to, is Starfield on my Xbox Series X. And I am not just like, oh, this isn't Starfield. This is Star Citizen, which is way better than Starfield.
Systems activating.
Also, it doesn't run this laggy when I'm not streaming. It always runs better when I'm just playing the game normally and not trying to stream the darn thing.
You are clear to launch.
Oh. There we go, let's fix that. I cannot see what angle I'm at. Give me a sec.
Thank you. And please visit again.
Because like I said, I'm playing in a really small screen. Okay, I think I'm... No, it's two completely different games. I just don't trust Starfield as far as I can throw it, and I can't throw electrons and data. Starfield is worse. Starfield's optimization is worse than Star Citizen's. So, make of that what you will. Starfield's optimization is actually worse than Star Citizen's. Now we gotta get out of Orison's atmosphere because it's a gas giant. There we go. So I'm going to be sticking with Baldur's Gate 3 then. Okay. To be fair, Baldur's Gate 3 is a great choice. Baldur's Gate 3 is an amazing choice. Where is my altimeter? There it is. Okay. We are almost to the sweet spot, unless they lowered it again, which they might have. Map. Now we are going to ArcCorp. Too close. Too close. Where is area 17, 18? There we go. I like the new map setup. This is nice. This is a nice map setup. All right, where's my waypoint? I don't know where I'm jumping to. Unless... Do you have to activate your FTL first now? FTL please? FTL please? Quantum operator mode 5. Yeah. Quantum drive? Please? Alright. Now we're running into master mode issues. I don't know what I'm doing now. Also, where is my waypoint? Oh, no, there's my waypoint. Never mind. I see it. Okay, so I just need to figure out... That was a me thing. I don't know the new master modes. That was the problem now.
Quantum travel complete.
Got ya. I see what's going on now. Baldur's Gate 3, the Halo franchise, and Call of Duty franchise is the reason I'm investing in Series X. Well, you got 2 out of 3.
Quantum travel engaged.
Alright, so I need to change that then. Instead of toggle quantum, I guess next operator mode. We'll see how that does. And then this is just your other pilot / co-pilot seat. So yeah, it's a long-range fighter. So it's got a small area, 2 beds, 2 pilot seats. And it's got a unique alien quantum effect. That's not what it normally looks like. If I were to take this into combat, I would swap out the guns because I don't like the tachyon cannons. I don't think anyone likes the tachyon cannons. And if this map works like the old map, yep, can see it moving along. Now, what did I see here? Here we go. Okay. Right, because we're in flight, that still gets locked. Talking Black Ops 2 and Halo Reach for the respective franchises. It's still Call of Duty, man. Can you check these when you're out of the seat? Is it still linked, or do you need to be sitting down? Oh, never mind, never mind. I'm gonna check real quick. Okay, it is still linked. Get in the seat, get in the seat, get in the seat! When it makes that noise, it means you're gonna be coming out of quantum soon. Get ready. That is the noise for everyone to start running to their positions. The pilot absolutely needs to be in their seat. Generally speaking, people need to also be in their gun turrets because you never know what's going to happen. At least Black Ops 2 is far more realistic than most modern Call of Duty crap. Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I have 2 and 3, though I only ever use them for zombie modes. So we flailed around, but didn't have near as much problems as we normally do. I think we're off to a decent start. We will be continuing on Sunday, hopefully with better results. As pirates are a thing, and you may be a thing for them. Can't wait to do the Origins Easter egg. All right, here we go. Yeah, if you're going a long distance or have a slow engine, you can actually just be like, all right, I'm gonna make a snack while I'm waiting. All right, let's see if this works. No? No, it's just gonna leave me in quantum, I guess. Here's why everyone gets back to their posts on Klaxon. Oh! Right, you're right. You are correct. Alright, I don't know what's going on with why the operator mode stuff isn't working. I will figure that out tomorrow. Why do I not have any? There we go.
Systems activating. Systems on.
Left Alt C? Ah, I got ya. Grew up on Black Ops 2, Halo Reach, and Borderlands 2, among other games, but those are the core 3. I got ya. I think I see how this is working now. Where... I'm not normally doing this in cloud cover. Where's the spaceport? Uh-oh. I'm gonna assume it's where all those other ships are. Also, hey, I could leave volumetric clouds on and the game actually runs. I can play it this way, I can't stream it this way. The fact that I can stream it this way is a huge improvement. Okay, yeah, that's a spaceport. Who's the ISS Hudson? That's a new ship. Christmas, yeah, for streaming, it is 100% a Christmas miracle level thing for this, for me trying to stream this game. I can play it, like I said, I've been able to play it on max settings for a while. Streaming it has been absolutely terrible. Oh, that's just someone who named their ship the ISS Hudson. Never mind. That's nothing special. That's just a Carrack. Well, I guess, depending on who you ask, it being a Carrack is pretty special, but it's nothing that, like, stands out for us.
Landing gear down.
Requesting landing, please. No one who reports of Xbox is committing so yeah. Doing this in the tiny screen is not fun.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Thank you. Hangar 3. Away here we go. Right, I forgot. Yeah, I know. I know! I know!
Landing gear down.
That request has already been granted. 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 That request has already been granted.
Alright.
You are clear to launch. You are clear to launch. You are clear to launch. That's incomplete. Have a pleasant stay.
I have no idea what we was doing there. Not entirely sure why Botrix seems to be obsessed with my continued existence at Trova. I don't know. I don't have it set to greet people. I don't think. Hey, I did pretty good. Normally I need to double check myself.
Engines off.
Thank you, and please visit again. Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay. You are clear
Please.
to launch.
Please? Thank you.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
There we go. And always make sure to turn your engines off. I don't know if they fixed it or not. They might have fixed it, but there's usually a glitch that will cause the it will cause your ship to just sort of drift off if the engines are left on. Also, if you're not landing at a space station, turning the engines off drastically reduces your visibility for ne'er-do-wells who may be scanning for people to hit. So, we just barely made it to ArcCorp in time. We're going to have a quick look at the place, but we're probably not doing a lot with it. I'm going to leave the helmet on and see if our character has issues breathing.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Yep, we're on the planet with the convention. It is always bad on the planet with the convention. No, it's usually worse than this, so they have fixed a lot. Actually, no, I'm gonna get up so that you can see the city as we go. Welcome to ArcCorp. The planet city of the future. About 6 miles down is the actual planet.
You are clear to launch.
I'm really not. No, we don't usually land on this side. Did I just push someone over? I might have just pushed someone over. Really doesn't look much different. Yeah, this is very much the cyberpunk city of Star Citizen. If you are depressed by all the terrible architecture, grim visuals, and obvious propaganda, good. You're paying attention and have passed the test. And you can buy t-shirts at these. You can buy t-shirts and goodies.
Push themselves to their physical and mental limits. But the real lesson that our divisional officers will impart is that the Navy doesn't excel based on the individual, but as a team.
go. Good to see Walmart capitalism hasn't changed in the future. One empire, under Navy, for liberty and justice for the stockholders. Yeah, to be fair, the empire itself isn't too bad as far as corporate takeover is. The issue is we're in the Stanton system, which has been taken over by the corporations. Most of the rest of the empire is just very imperial. Alright, we're on the showroom floor. This is going to be the worst of the worst. I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, never mind. Thought it was a different ship. This is a very super Earth type place, only the Empire is underfunded and kind of desperate. Under the Messers, it was very super Earth. Yeah, Stanton as a place is... That's not what I think it is it? That's not what I think it is it? That can't be what what did I miss? It's beautiful. And I have one. I'll need to melt like all of my other ships in order to rebuy the token. I know we saw the Navy one being noticed as flying around, but actually having one on the show floor? Oh my gosh. The Robert Space Industries Polaris class light corvette. It's beautiful. Of course, I have one, but I sadly don't actually have a reason to use it. This is a light corvette, which means, yes, it is small. Yep, this is one of the smallest Navy quote-unquote capital ships out there. Just a dinky little corvette. It's basically a torpedo boat, as it has forward torpedo launch tubes. Its guns are all defensive. It doesn't really have any good offensive guns. It relies on its torpedoes and missiles for offense. And it has... does have a topside launch hangar for a single small craft. Yeah, this is just a corvette. The ships in Star Citizen are massive. And keep in mind, you need a crew to run these things. You need a crew to fly this thing. I don't think it's physically possible to run this thing on your own. I don't think we can go in it, which makes me really, really sad. But yeah, this is just a little corvette. This is a tiny Navy ship. Yeah, see, those are the torpedo tubes, which are its primary ship-to-ship weapon. And these are available to civilians. That's why I have one. the reason, well, I have a token for one. The reason why is because the Imperial Navy is stretched thin, and so so they have no choice but to sell certain types of naval vessels to militia, quote unquote, in order to try to help cover planetary defense forces. The primary capital ships sold by the Imperial Navy are the Polaris, which is right in front of us, the Perseus, which is not yet available, which is also a small corvette. It is a gunboat instead of a torpedo boat. The Idris class frigate, which are floating around, patrolling the Stanton system. And finally, the biggest legally ownable civilian ship in the game is the Javelin class destroyer. Now, the Imperial Earth Navy uses a more Japanese style strategy compared to the American style. So while the destroyer is technically a quote unquote tin can, it is designed to do more frontline firepower type work than traditionally American destroyers have. But it's still small. It's still a destroyer. Then the Navy has cruisers and battleships and battle carriers, and there is also at least one carrier floating around the star system as well. We might see if we can chase that down on Sunday. That's comparable to a Halo UNSC frigate from the looks of it. Yeah, Imperial Navy knows what it's doing. Yeah, the capital. I think the rail guns, which are not like UNSC MAC guns. I mean like the turret gun on the Bengal class carriers fire shells the size of like buses. Yeah, this is tiny capital ship category. These are small capital ships. Corvette is the smallest class of capital ship in the game. These are the well-known Constellation class ships. These are very popular for single person to small crew. We're gonna probably have to end stream soon, but I finally got here. There's a bunch of different variants. That's the Phoenix, which is the luxury variant. That's the Aquila, which is the exploration variant. It trades the topside turret for a scanning station. Uh-oh. Did game just crash? Imagine the USC had that kind of firepower. Oh, yes. The UEE Navy has incredible amount of firepower, and it's still undergunned and undermanned. I recommend looking up the Star Citizen I Held the Line video on Squadron 42, which is the single-player campaign version. They're making two games, Star Citizen, which is the multiplayer game, and Squadron 42, which is a whole separate game that uses all the same assets, but it's a single-player war campaign. And it has both space and ground and quote-unquote other combat, all wrapped into one. And I'll tell you right now, Star Citizen's FPS functionality is way better than Call of Duty's. In theory, you could fly it solo and just pray everyone assumes that you are fully crewed and just avoid your as a role. Yeah, but you can scan down life forms now. Anyways, that is the exploration variant. This is the Taurus, the cargo variant, which I highly recommend. It trades one of the guns for a tractor turret to help load and move cargo. Which means this over here is going to be the Andromeda, which is just the general purpose variant. The Andromeda and the Phoenix have two gun turrets, one on top, one on bottom. They are tiny, but they are gun turrets. And then it has these big nacelle-mounted cannons for forward firepower. They're okay as single-player ships. I don't know if I don't know if that's changed with the flight model for fights, but they're generally multi-purpose ships. They've got a nice big cargo bay, got some forward firepower, I've got turrets for friends. So, yeah, see that cargo ship's the size of most USC Corvettes. Well, actually, I don't know how big. And then some of these, all but the Taurus, have an underslung parasite fighter that you can hop in and launch from. No FTL. So you have to keep your mothership alive, but they are mini carriers. Have a good night, Blue Kitty. We're gonna be done very soon because I need to sleep too. Yeah, by most sci-fi standards, the United Empire of Earth's Navy is pretty punchy. It's just in Star Citizen, the aliens, particularly the Vandul, are way worse. They are a problem. This is a Vandal fighter. That's their heavy fighter variant. Let's see, what do you have in the Holo Viewer? I'm just gonna have I just want to finish my look around before I go for the night. Ooh, the Origin Jumpworks buggy, which is still not out. Missile variant. Oh, that's the Perseus, which is about the same size as the Polaris up there. But as you can see, gun turrets. Gun turrets, there's one on the bottom too. Same size, 2 big gun turrets. No fighters. What are you? Oh, the Zeus, right. This is a recreation. This is a modern remake of the first privately ownable FTL ship in the Star Citizen universe. Oh man, Star Citizen is struggling. I've had 2 near crashes now. Yeah, I gotta rush this. We will return on Sunday. Biggest UNSC ship is the Infinity at 5 kilometers. I think the biggest Imperial Navy ship is the Retribution class battleship at maybe 2 kilometers. So it's smaller than the Infinity, but I know that they only have 1 Infinity in Halo, and there are fleets of Retribution class battleships in Star Citizen. .7 kilometers, thank you. So just over half the size, but there's a bunch of them. Also, the Bengal itself is just over 1 kilometer. There is, I own one of these, the Lightning, the ultimate heavy fighter of the series, with its whopping 8 guns. There's nothing there. And that thing is quite the starfighter. What do we have? What do we have? Oh, we got more RCI. Here we go, the Little Aurora. This is the standard starting ship for everyone in this game. Well, there's a rumor that the Infinity has a sister ship known as the Eternity. Little Aurora. That's the Legionnaire. This is the Upgun variant. Yeah, Auroras are... They're nothing special, but they are fantastic little workhorses. They're not my favorite starting ship, but they're pretty good. You can see you can slap a missile rack on the top. They got a couple of wing guns that you can bolt on. The Legionnaire is the basic militia variant. And then over here is the Mantis. This is your FTL jamming ship for keeping people in one place. It is not very heavily armed, in spite making everyone who you use it on mad. It is designed to work with a fleet.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Over here we have the Ursas, which are the standard ground rover variants that RSI makes. And there's a bunch of competing companies. So different companies will have different stuff. This is the standard variant. Got some jump seats. You can fold them up for cargo room. Weapon racks, lockers. It has a turret, small turret on top. So it can function as basically a tiny APC. This is the luxury variant that like everyone finds completely useless. It's like, what is the point? I don't know. And then this is the new one. We now have an ambulance version. The medic with a medical bed. Over here we have, ooh, the Scorpius. These wings fold out to basically make it like a unholy cross between a Star Fury and a X-Wing and an X-Wing. I don't know what the UNSC Mammoth is. So you've got the EMP variant, which requires a co-pilot. Well, they both technically require a co-pilot. This has an EMP and 4 guns. This has 4 guns and then a 4-gun turret on top. And the turret can rotate around to cover your back. Like it actually is on a track that moves. And these are RSI's entry into the heavy fighter variant. Like I said, they're the unholy offspring of X-Wings and Star Furies. They're pretty good too. Scorpiuses are they're no lightning, but they are pretty darn good. And yeah, I'm not doing a tour of all the ships because we'll be here for another hour if I do. Even if we can't get into the Polaris. You can buy equipment for your ships at these shows, which is nice. Of note, the Retribution's main cannon is the 130mm Shipbuster railgun. Launches 0.13 meter wide, 1 meter long slugs at 0.6 C. Oh! Understand that railguns fire very small shells, so that is absolutely massive for a railgun. It's technically pretty small for what the UNSC uses with MAC guns, but the difference is instead of one big gun pointing out the front, the Retribution has, I think, 4 gun turrets, each with 3 guns on them. The biggest vehicle in Halo 4 that was focused on one mission, that doesn't tell me a whole lot. I know a little bit about Halo, but, I mean, we're already hitting the limits of what I know about Halo vehicles. They can bring 12 to bear and literally... okay, yep, 4 turrets of 3 each. This is Argo and some Origin stuff. Neat. I am surprised at the lack of a 600i display. Here's a deluxe starter ship potential, a little 100 series. You have a little cargo bay, a bed, and a seat. Nothing fancy again. A 300 series. These are a little bit fancier. They have improved the ladder. These have a little bit better living space with a kitchenette. They also have a refresher.
For centuries, Invictus have been a time for friends and family to come together and celebrate the pillars of
70-meter anti-ground, anti-armor mobile battery on 6 Mac dump truck wheels. Nice. You're looking at a fleet of 10 minimum plus... Yeah. See, the Infinity is one ship that's bigger, but you're going to run into 10 retributions at a time. Plus all their friends. The Argo MPUV, now with tractor beams for cargo moving and people moving. And the Argo, I forget what it is, S something, which is the tugboat of Star Citizen. Yeah, we don't... Star Citizen doesn't have a lot of big ground vehicles. Not like that. It has tanks and mobile SAM sites and stuff, but not like that. And another one of the potential starting ships, the Mustang. I like the Mustang. Sadly, the Mustang does not really hold up when compared to the Drake Cutter for starter ship utility. They're decent starter combat ships, but as much as I love the Mustang, it sadly just isn't doing well anymore. Main fleet, I think, that's on the front line consists of 4 fleets. They are running 20 or so and still only barely holding on. Oh yeah, that's right. Is there anything like the Forerunners and Star Citizen in terms of advanced technology? Not like the Forerunners, but the aliens in this game are scary. The Banu are one of the few friendly species out there who are traders, but they like their slaves. Now, admittedly, their slavery is different from what humans are used to thinking was slavery, but it's still not great. But they are one of the few alien species that will sell us technology without reservation. The Jan, we've been in a Cold War for like 80 years and finally got friendly with. They finally started cooperating, selling technology, just trying to make nice, basically. Though there is strong hints that there is something else on the other side of Jan territory that we don't know about that is really bad. And basically the reason why the Jan have been so standoffish with us is because they didn't want to fight a war on 2 fronts. And when they finally realized humanity isn't going to go to war with them, they started making nice. More indentured servitude than full-on slavery. That would probably be a good comparison. The Vandal are openly hostile to us and trying to murder us all. No one knows why. We assume the Messers did something to make them mad, but we just don't know. Messers are the former rulers of the United Earth Empire. They were thrown out because they like to... They were too reminiscent of certain other oppressive empires in humans' history. Though, with the failure of the United Earth Empire as it stands, there's actually a push to bring the Messers back to fix things, which is terrifying. Let's see, other alien species. The only other alien species that that's like a major species, or that we've dealt with, is the Tavaran, who waged 2 wars against the Empire, not realizing how outmatched they were, got creamed both times, and at the end of the Second War, their entire military committed suicide, and their general population began the process of basically preparing to be enslaved by the Empire. And the Empire had to rush to try to stop them from destroying their own history in tribute. And for a long time, the Tavarans just refused to acknowledge their own history and made themselves third-class citizens in the Empire. And the Empire had to set up the Ark Project just to preserve their own culture and background. The Tavarans have finally started to realize, no, humanity doesn't want to wipe them out, and sort of reintegrate. They don't have their own empire anymore, but they've been integrating with the UEE and sort of taking a little bit more pride in what they're doing. We're finally getting some Tavaran-style warships again. Up for Civil War that were up once the Messers get brought back. Oh boy. Are we talking Bad Mustache Man or Stalin? Stalin and Messer had, yeah. Probably a mix between Stalin and Bad Mustache Man. I'd say it's probably a bit of a mix between those two when it comes to the Messers. There's definitely a lot of Stalin in them. But of course, it was an authoritarian regime of the... It wasn't communist, let's put it that way. It was very not communist. We're an empire for a reason. Though currently we're an empire ruled by a senate. The senate hasn't been doing great. And part of it, I think, is because they're so scared of acting on executive authority that they're unwilling to make some of the hard decisions that a government needs to make in order to survive, basically. The Messers were so bad that the Senate is kind of like, who were they called in the French, after the French Revolution? The very weak-willed, oh no, we just had a reign of terror, what are we going to do type people. The ones before Napoleon showed up. I can't remember the name of that government. I think it was like something French Republic, but there was like an actual name to it. Messers were all the creative of the Bad Mustache with less paranoia than Stalin, but just as canny and capable as Stalin. That is a good way to put it. I wasn't paying attention to which way this was going, because I was too busy giving a history lesson on the United Earth Empire. Am I going back to the spaceport? I didn't mean to go back to the spaceport. The First Republic of France? Yeah, after Reign of Terror, before Napoleon. And Zyborg's the wrong train again. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay on this train to go where we're going.
You are clear to launch.
Yeah. Oh, here's some election posters right here.
You are clear to launch.
I can't remember which of these is the Messers. I think Sherrod is the Messer. I could be wrong. It would make sense for Sherrod to be the Messer.
Thank you, and please visit again.
I think, yeah, I'm searching while we view. You can watch the very nice city as we go. Star Citizen Sharad. Ileana Sherrod. Human politician, High Secretary of UE government during the Kelos constigation. Words will only get us so far. Focus the dash. It doesn't say. Star Citizen Messer. Alright, I gotta jump off the train before it leaves station.
Warning, you are blocking an active flight bay.
I'll buzz off. Alright, let me see. Who is the current Messer? I saw Ivar Messer pop up. It's like, no, that can't be it. The Centerists are sort of the caretaker government that took over. Most people trusted them in the, well, they aren't in the Messer sort of way. Yeah, and Sherrod is a Centerist, so probably not. Current. Yeah, it's not Ivar Messer. Stop it. Ivar Messer's the first one. Here we go. Fiona Messer. Nope. Nope, that's not it. Okay, the Messer line is showing that they're gone or disappeared, so I don't know. Alright, I came here to do one thing before we end the stream. So a better the evil you know than the one you don't mindset. More like the evil we know is absolutely terrifying. We'll pick any other evil. Because the evil we know is the Messers. So I came here to do one thing before we end for tonight. The liberals are pushing for greater freedom, which means they need to get the war finished fast. Okay, so this is the hab here on ArcCorp, Adira Falls. So you come out of your room, you go to the elevator, you come down here, and look what's right in front of us. The landing zone, the area map, the landing zone map. This is where the tutorial makes you go if you start here at Area 18. They are pushing for big military spending now to get it over with, but most people think they are rushing things in an unwise decree. Yeah, that sounds about right. And the reason why I recommend people starting here is because you're probably going to start doing a lot of ground missions before you do a lot of flight missions. And there is a cubby blast right here for you to get your firearms, your armor, and your ammo. Probably never going to play this, but it interests me enough I'm going to keep looking into it so I can probably keep up with the conversation next time. There is so much lore in this game, and it's still considered to be an alpha. It is going to beta relatively soon. But yeah, I generally recommend Area 18 for new people starting area because you can just pick up equipment as you need it. There's much better selection and variety than the other places. That's easier to get to. And it's literally right outside the door of the Habs. But with that, I think we're going to call it for tonight. Star Citizen is seriously threatening to have issues. So I think we need to call it before things get too bad. We will continue with Star Citizen on Sunday. Whenever there's an event like this going on, I put regular streams on hold in favor of this kind of stuff. As bad as it was getting started, this is better than it normally is. So I have high hopes. I mean, I'm getting into Warhammer 40k and fantasy, so this will be child's play to learn about. Again, you can use my code to join Star Citizen if you wish. Get you 5,000 extra starting credits. Next time we'll do some looking around and some missions, because I'm not going in everything this time. I thank you all for watching and hope you had a good night. You can see this game is kind of slow, though, in terms of compared to other games. It takes you a while to get places. I don't think I have any other announcements for now. I gotta get stuff edited for uploading tomorrow, because man, the reactions have just taken off, and I am so glad for it, and I welcome all the new people. Yeah, SC is bigger because the politics is more complicated and ununified. True, the Star Citizen politics are all over the place. One last thank you. I'll see you all on Sunday, 10 p.m. Eastern as always. Be safe and have a good weekend.